Hello. Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Wow. Hope you're doing good. I'm still recovering. I'm still feeling a little bit weird, but it's nothing too bad now. So I'm back cool. Hope you're doing good. Look at that assault and battery. It's so good. Still alive with the song that plays after the credits of Portal 1. Once you're gone is the Portal 2 one. Alright. I will drink. I'm getting drowned. I'm getting drowned. Actually, I think I forgot. Did I? Oh, no, they're still here. Okay, good. I don't remember. the redeems and stuff. Oh, a yipper to the sipper. Yes, sipping is good. Also, I just... Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, look at the belly, I'm gonna cry. Oh, love that belly. Also, ooh. There's an unfiltered, uncompressed version? This one? Oh. Oh, uncompressed? Oh, this is the original no radio music. That's nice. Like 1 hour and 30-minute loop. Oh, just now the one that I was listening to was like 10 hours. Because why not, I guess? You know, I was thinking that I can maybe listen to this and sleep, but then no. Probably not. By the way, I do like... Oh, I have a little trick sometimes. Well, not trick, but it's what I do. I will lurk at well, not one. I actually lurk at multiple channels when I can, especially when I sleep. And then I would choose like one channel to open out the sound, you know, open out the sound, and then you need to go to the next channel and then put it to 1% again, so that when that channel rates out, it would not play at 100% sound. So you know, I don't know where they rate. I don't know where they rate. So 100%, right? One channel, right? And then I will open up a music. Usually it's like jazz and shit, right? I listen to those, and then I listen to like talking on Twitch, and it just helps me fall asleep pretty nicely, I would say. It's not bad. It's great. So yeah, that is what I've been doing for like shit, I think pretty much years. I'm sure. Yeah, years I've been doing that. Just listening to Twitch. My glasses is blurry. Let me just clean it up real quick. I was like, I keep seeing some white stuff. I was like, no, that's wrong. So just gonna clean this up real quick. Okay. I love doing raid relay in my sleep. Oh yeah, me too. Don't get me wrong, it's great. What I don't want sometimes, it happens a few times actually when I first doing this. Like I was looking at a channel, right, and then suddenly I was looking, and then music on, and then sound on and everything, 100%, and I just go to sleep. And then I think it was around like 3 or 4 a.m. they raided somewhere, and then the the channel, I'm not gonna say who, but the channel is like very high energy. Let's put it that way, right? It's very high energy, and it has a lot of sound, right? It actually scared me, like, No, it actually scared me, and then I just like woke up. It's like, huh? Why am I hearing? Why did I hear something? that kind of feeling. So which is also why I, figure out a way to let the channel rate out, and then the sound will be at 1%, so that I can still lurk. I will still count as like a sort of a viewer or whatever. Because what I remember is that if you, on Google anyway, if you mute the tab, it doesn't count. But on Opera GX, it kind of works for some reason. You mute that single tab, but then you let it play at 1% volume, it counts. But in Google, in Chrome, if you mute the tab, it just doesn't count as a viewer. So usually when I use Google, which I usually do, I use Google Chrome, and then I will put the volume at 1%, so that it will still count me as like a viewer still. So I think it kind of helps. It kind of helps. And then on this channel, True and Raid Roulette from Rudy Yin, not directly though. Rudy Yin. Yin is nice. Yeah, Yin is nice. Honestly, I was thinking I kind of want to play Clone Hero today, but I'll leave it to tomorrow. Or maybe even after I play Portal 2, because my brain is surely gonna explode today. Like I already like mentioned multiple times that I cannot handle puzzles. Yeah, I can handle puzzles, which is also why I sort of delayed Portal 2 a lot. I was thinking that I don't want to continue it anymore because it hurts my hand. Every time I play Portal 2, I just get frustrated because I don't know how to progress through the game, and the puzzle is like really tough for me. But we'll see, right? Maybe I'm a huge brain today. I don't know. Big brain yipper. I will try my best. Here, let me open up Portal real quick. Also, this music? Bumpin'. 5D chess is so fun and intimidating. What's a 5D chest? Sorry, 5D chess? Portal. Hi, Brian. Don't feel bad about asking for guidance. Some of these rooms are really tricky. Yeah, but... Oh my god, it's so loud. What the fuck? Like, because because it's a puzzle game, and I feel like if I ask for guidance, and it's like, it's not a puzzle game anymore, isn't it? It's just kind of how I feel. Laptop power saving. In power saving mode, games when you run at low frame rate, it'll preserve battery power. We don't need that. Advanced video. Ooh. I don't know if my PC can handle this game. I don't remember. Let me try. I think this game is not that stunk, isn't it? Maybe? We shall become your Polaris? What's a Polaris? But that sounds good. What? I'm not moving. Huh? Oh, it's my controller. Whoa! Wait, this controller has... Whoa, I'm using my controller. What the fuck? I'm shaking my controller. No, get out. Hey, yeah, alright, I disconnected my controller. It's my Monsanto Rice Switch controller. There we go. Right, I was stuck here because I don't know what to do, of course. I think I think yeah, I think it's this place where there's no GLaDOS and there's no Whitley talking to me. Frustrates me so much, and it doesn't really drive me to wanting to go further. More commonly known as North Star. Yippee? Yippee! Oh my god, yip! Can I? Oh, I forgot to play this game. Hi, Akabor. Welcome. Lemons? Is there lemons? There has to be some sort of way they can transport the blue stuff, isn't it? I mean, maybe? What? Does it even work? Oh my god, Ixen, hi! Dragon. What happened to GLaDOS? I think what happened was GLaDOS. We separated, I think. Sexy boat, wait. Wait. It's okay, Ixen sexy. Goo up everything? Yeah, of course I should goo up everything. Like that one. Can I goo more? Also, I hope you are doing good and welcome. Can I goo this place? Sure can. What? This is the section you mentioned you were thinking earlier? Ooh. So maybe daddy? Oh, Ixen is daddy now? What? The dragon daddy? What? That's right, I have strong legs. This was the section I got caught on because I forgot I had a portal gun. I mean, even if I had a portal gun, I still don't know what to do. How did that one end up there? Does it even help? Was I too stonk? I guess. Don't know if this helps, but look for where you need to be and work backwards from there. So I assume I need to be there. because it's like a bunch of like place I can walk around. Maybe I was on the right track? Maybe I just need to like air control a little bit more. You know, it's a Source game. Yeah. Why did I fly that way then? Huh? Well, I guess I did it. Or did I? Duh. Kobo learning to fly? I always love to fly. I'll always tell a dragon to like yeet, yeet the kobold and I can fly. I was stuck at that spot for like 4 hours my first playthrough. I was stuck for like hours, yeah. And then eventually I got like bored and I almost fell asleep. So I kind of stopped playing it for a little bit. Because like I said, I hate puzzles, honestly. But I just want to know what happened with GLaDOS and Whitley afterwards. Hi, Fuffy. Look at that tail. I got that portal there. Now what? I mean, I'm very high up. But what for? Actually, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Is it there? Man. Oh man, I'm being thrown like a football. Yeah. I can like spike flying. Like straight line. I don't think I'm supposed to go there. No? Anywhere that I can go? What's with that one? I mean, I guess this one is to goo up this place? Wait, I should go back down. At least I know how to get here already, so it's not too much of a big deal, I feel like. Up, maybe? I saw stairs behind you. This part? Look up? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that helps. So do I...
If you're hearing this, it means you're taking a long time on the catwalks between tests. The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction. I'm no psychiatrist, but coming from a bunch of eggheads who wouldn't recognize the thrill of danger if it walked up and snapped their little pink bras, that sounds like projection. They didn't fly into space, storm a beach, or bring back the gold. No, sir, we did. It's you and me against the world, son. I like your grit. Hustle could use some work, though. Now let's solve this thing.
Oh no. Alright, thanks, Seal. You. Okay, that's where I need to go. Free it? I need to free it, but I don't know how. there a way to free it? I need the cube though. Okay. We have some goo over here. Just saw in the corner of your turn. I fucking love J.K. Simmons. He was breathing in glory. Oh, you mean the one that's talking just now? $9.99. Oh, maybe I can... Does it? Oh. Well, that was rather violent. Yeah, we hacking left, Brian. Something there. So give half pass to Zoo even if it's a little gremlin earlier today my time? I mean, I will always boop and pet kobold friends. Pictures of Spiderman? That cube is more bouncy than the kobold whose dragon just got home. Me. Violence? Violence is always nice. How we are going? I'm doing pretty nice. I'm doing pretty good. Had a light breakfast, so I'm not not feeling too burdened. But I'm also still feeling a little bit weird from yesterday's mild food poisoning. Thank God it's not like heavy food poisoning. That would suck that would suck big time. Oh, do I need to like... Hey, clean up. Cube friend. Oh yeah, there's a button. I forgot to take my vitamins and my antibiotics. So depressed though? Yesterday? Speaking of food poisoning, I should cook dinner tonight. Why does that remind you to cook dinner tonight? Well, have good dinner, Ixon. Portal 2? I'm gonna break my own brain. But hi, Brecky. Blue goop. Blue goop. Oh god, I cannot see shit. I need to remove that cube from that button. I totally have never poisoned myself with my own food. Oh god. Gonna assume you did, but... I call my HRT pills feminines and antibiotics. I mean, it sounds close enough. liquid. 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 Oh, weird. Yeah, it's getting blocked up over there. So much liquid, almost looks like the cobweb I have. It's okay, Ixon, we know. I know. You want a hint? A hint would be nice, yeah. I mean, I know the step there, but... Can I go up this place? Ixon. Oh, wait, I can just... There's no way I can go up a button, right? Oh. Oh! I'm the best.
Science isn't about why, it's about why not. Why is so much of our science dangerous? Why not marry safe science if you love it so much? In fact, why not invent a special safety door that won't hit you on the butt on the way out because you are fired? Now you test subject, you're doing fine. Yes,
okay, thanks.
You, box your stuff. Out the front door. Parking lot, car, goodbye.
Why? Why the bugs? Why the bugs? Kobo is so smart. No. I don't even I mean I don't even know that's a solution. I don't see it. I just like, oh hey, I can put portal. I love this rant. Yeah. It's nice. I do miss GLaDOS and Whitley though. I love Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is great.
Congratulations! The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science. As founder and CEO of Aperture Science, I thank you for your participation and hope we can count on you for another round of tests. We're not going to release this stuff into the wild until it's good and damn ready, so as long as you keep yourself in top physical form, there will always be a limo waiting for you. Say goodbye, Carolyn.
Goodbye, Carolyn.
She is a gem.
What? Always sucks when when playing a puzzle game you accidentally solve the puzzle. I mean, I'll take it. I cannot puzzle. I sincerely cannot puzzle. Also, why can I go there? Or why can I put portal over there? Secret maybe? Oh my god, it's the one and only Cave Johnson. It's blocked off. It's blocked off. I thought you said I'm free. Wait, huh? Oh, hey. That's a little dangerous. Cool. He's so hot. Not as hot as you, Vixen. Remember those paintings? I'll try to. I love J.K. Simmons' work as either only man Stanford Pines or Mayor Lionheart from Zootopia. The last one has a little more bias because it's Hot Lion Man. I mean, yeah, Hot Lion Man is always nice, but I don't know what Omni Man Stanford Pine is. You know one thing about Zootopia that I hate? No reptilians. The prejudice. Cannot believe it. Not a single one. You never seen Gravity Falls or Invincible? Are those like shows? Maybe not. Or definitely not. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, is it time to fly? I think that's where I need to go. I'm sleepy. Same. Same. I'm always sleepy. Oh wait, that's a light. Oh yeah, also have I ever mentioned that I've been watching Monster Hunter Wilds Gamescom livestream these days? Man. So good. I cannot wait to play Monster Hunter Wilds. I cannot wait to spend another 1.3k hours on Monster Hunter. There's like... Oh, that's trippy as fuck. Maybe not? I believe I can fly. What goes down always comes back up. And you failed? I always fail at a puzzle, don't worry about it. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I mean, I have to go there, right? Yeah. Any way to get more speed? This will just get me blocked, right? Yeah, ow. I mean, I tried just now. It doesn't really get more velocity than this. Right? Yeah, it's not enough. Oh, wait. Oh, that's where I came from. Oh! I got the wrong one. Wait. Oh! Okay, so blue one here. I need to remember the portal. So if I jump from here, blue, orange, go there, shoot the blue one over there, and then maybe I'll fly over there. There's a proto surface I'm missing. I just found it. Guess I better go sleep so I'm not tired from Minecraft for like 8 hours from now. Oh yeah, sleep is important. And go get some sleep. Very nice. Also hope you had fun with Minecraft afterwards. Hell yeah. I should play more Minecraft. Like, I want to play more Minecraft, but I don't know how to make my own skin. I want to play as a kobold. I mean, I do have Dragon Survival. I haven't finished yet. I did something. I guess I did it. I feel that, yeah. Next time me and Zeo play Amogus, you should join us. Oh no. I don't know how to lie. I am terrible at games like that. I remember playing Werewolf, I was like, oh god. I'm on a creative block when it comes to Minecraft. The pun was intentional. Pun.
Greetings, friend. I'm Cave Johnson, CEO of Aperture Science. You might know us as a vital participant in the 1968 Senate hearings on missing astronauts. And you've most likely used one of the many products we invented, but that other people have somehow managed to steal from us. Black Mesa can eat my bankrupt...
Sir, the testing?
Right. Now you might be asking yourself, Cave, just how difficult are these tests? What was in that phone book of a contract I signed? Am I in danger? Let me answer those questions with a question. Who wants to make $60? Cash. You can also feel free to relax for up to 20 minutes in the waiting room, which is a damn sight more comfortable than the park benches most of you were sleeping on when we found you. So, welcome to Aperture. You're here because we want the best, and you're it. Nope. Couldn't keep a straight face. Anyway, don't smudge up the glass down there. In fact, why don't you just go ahead and not touch anything unless it's test related?
Hey? Wanna see a secret? Always. Pumping thick liquids ready to squirt for the slightest pleasure. Wow. Me when a dragon got hold of me. Keep to the left, do not litter, do not loiter, do not touch grass. Well, the game says that I cannot touch grass, so... when the dragon get hold of me, yeah. Ready to squirt for the slightest pleasure. Pressure, not pleasure. Test subject waiting area. 426? Oh, so close. I could have been the 420. Touch everything? Of course. Hi, bad gamer. Alert your supervisor if you see OSHA inspector, Department of Energy inspector, GAO accountant, undercover police officer, nuclear regulatory. How do they know it's undercover police officer? Commissioner, DEMA coordinator, ordinary police officer, ordinary. Journalist, public works inspector, MSHA mine inspector, ATF FBI US Marshal. So what Aperture is doing is very bad. Is it? If Aperture is trying to like hide from all these authority figures, what's the difference? I don't know. Pleasure, pressure. Pretty much the same. Are you Cave Johnson? Why do you look different here? Or maybe you are older here. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to be here, am I? I mean, the game said I had to wait 20 minutes in there. Do I have to wait 20 minutes in there? Probably not. Hmm. I have to go there. So you found the thing? Uh-huh. This looks like American 70s decor. Those bold colors and shapes, his hair and clothing even. Shag carpet. 60 USD when the game was set, 1980s is 239 in today's money. That's what the test subjects got paid. Going through all these only for $60. I don't know if this is like a day's work. And it's hazardous too. It's like life-threatening. Right? If you see an orange jumpsuit, hit the red button. I don't see orange jumpsuit, and I don't see a red button. If I see a red button, you know I'm gonna press it 10 times over. I'm a kobold. Come on. A big red button that I'm not gonna press? No way. I'm gonna press it. Is this the office? Look at the back corner. Door. Door! Way more than a day's work? Yeah. I just think $60 is not very worth it.
The average human male is about 60% water. As far as we're concerned, that's a little extravagant. So if you feel a bit dehydrated in this next test, that's normal. We're gonna hit you with some jet engines and see if we can't get you down to 20 or 30%.
What? Am I supposed to be here? Ship overboard, discover the missing experiment. What? What did I do? I'm so cool? Can I go there? Let me down. I cannot go down? Secret? It was about twice the average daily wage. Oh god. Yeah, but still, it's like life-threatening. If you play Half-Life 2, this makes more sense. I've seen this. Look at the lifesaver. Borealis? The name of this film sounds very familiar. I also never seen this. Guess it's time to boot up Portal 2. It's the ship before no, after we retrieve the thing from the women that betrayed us. It's the ship, right? The woman that betrayed us in Half-Life 2 mentioned something about the ship of Borealis, question mark? So, lore? Missing shipment, huh? Hi, Lord Tavish. Look at that, here we go. It's from Half-Life 2. The record of Borealis is found in Half-Life. The ship Mossman was on at the end of episode 2. Yeah! I vaguely remember that. It is from Aperture. Oh, I remember I was asking about Aperture because I have no idea what that is. Now I know. So Aperture is Portal? Cool beans. But here's the question: why is the dry dock for? Why is the dry dock for it so far underground? Mr. Johnson said that earlier. And Half-Life is all about the teleportation technology going wrong, right? Probably, right? With all the and it became right. Gordon did something, and then people say that I'm a saboteur, which I'm not. Guess I have to jump down from somewhere. Why is that a thing? Maybe I can fly up somewhere? Yeah. Oh. Oh, it has to be this one. Science is about why, it's about why not. Why is so much of our science dangerous? Why not marry safe science if you love it so much? In fact, why not invent the special safety door? Huh? Half-Life 2 has the combined seeking the advanced adaptation technology on Earth. You can use the other intercoms along the hallway for more Cave Johnson dialogue. Oh, fun fact. Developed by Eli Vance and Easy, of course. Oh, so many information. I'll try to catch up. Fun fact, Portal and Half-Life are the same universe. That I get as much, at least. Didn't spoil anything, the first thing I heard when I joined stream. Yeah, I'm not saying you're spoiling anything. Look at the Aperture what Aperture has accomplished in the meantime. All the portal guns and shit, so I can interact with the speaker thing. This thing?
If you're allergic to peanuts, you might want to tell somebody now, because this next test may turn your blood into peanut water for a few minutes. On the bright side, if we can make this happen, they're going to have to invent a new type of Nobel Prize to give us, so hang in there.
Peanut?
Alright, we're working on a little teleportation experiment. Now, this doesn't work with all skin types, so try to remember which skin is yours, and if it doesn't teleport along with you, we'll do what we can to sew you right back into it.
Holy shit. Why am I listening? The gravity gun?
Alright, we're working on a little teleportation experiment. Now, this doesn't work with all skin types, so try to remember which skin is yours, and if it doesn't teleport along with you, we'll do what we can to sew you right back into it.
Oh my god. No more here, right? I already got an achievement from that. Kobo boring dragon skin? Oh, I mean, hell yeah. Why am I getting eye wiggles? What's going on? Okay, how fast do I have to get? It's probably gonna be like very fucking fast, isn't it? You know why? Wait, I'm lost. Oh, come on, that was close. Was that not it? Dragon leather is surprisingly comfortable. I want a dragon to, you know on Blue Sky I remember typing something it's like, no, I want a dragon to like hold me and stuff like that. It's probably gonna be enough speed if I like, maybe if I like get a running start. I mean, did I even? Okay, yeah, maybe not. Okay, is that locked? I think the door is closed. Wow, typing out blue scan on my DMs for shame. And now I'm gonna spam you with things, Ixon. Think you need to go to the control room first. Hi, Metal. Control room? But it's all locked up? Did you know you're all cute? I mean, I'm pretty sure Tavish is pretty cute too. Look at that. Tavish is owl, right? Yeah. Owl cute. Could I welcome it? How do I get there? It's all locked up. I mean, it's all barred with glass. Hi there, Fox. Tavish is owl and Tavish isn't cute. Tavish is Tavish. Throw yourself into it? I'll try. So blue. That one? I think owl are precious, honestly. What? Wait, why did I get bonked? I did this one just now. Oh, why does this work? I don't understand. I did this one just now and then something bonked me halfway, no? Oh, I mean, I did it, yay. Hell yeah. Oh!
Say, you're good at murder. Could you, murder this bird for me?
Oh my god, it glitters!
Oh, thanks.
Hi.
Did you feel that? That idiot doesn't know what he's doing up there. This whole place is going to explode in a few hours if somebody doesn't disconnect him. I can't move, and unless you're planning to saw your own head off and wedge it into my old body, you're going to need me to replace him. We're at an impasse. So what do you say? You carry me up to him and put me back into my body, and I stop us from blowing up and let you go.
Oh.
No tricks. This potato only generates 1.1 volts of electricity. I literally do not have the energy to lie to you. Even if I am lying, what do you have to lose? You're going to die either way. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. In fact, I like it less because I'm the one who got partially eaten by a bird.
Ow. Partially eaten by a bird.
You stabbed me. What is wrong with you? Do you have a multimeter? Never mind. The gun must be for magnesium. It feels like I'm outputting an extra half a volt. Keep an eye on me. I'm going to do some scheming. Here I go. Where are we? How long have I been out? An extra half volt helps, but it isn't going to power miracles. If I think too hard, I'm going to fry this potato before we get a chance to burn up in the atomic fireball that little idiot is going.
Oh. Oh, I love it when they're back. Oh yeah. Throw yourself into it. Combos are great at being thrown. Yeah, see, Ixon just now was throwing me like a football or rugby. I don't know. I like being thrown. I'm fine. I mean, being no bigger than 2 feet makes one very throwable. True. You placed the portal too far left just now? Well, maybe. Yeah, I trust you. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing anyway. You're good at murder. You did the other slope last time. How could you have no gas? What gas? Last time you portaled the further panel. We're doomed? Few hours? Hell yeah. A potato battery can put out 1.1 volt. That's like the experiment that we saw on like previous playthrough, right? I think I remember seeing a bunch of experiments. And you've been up for 7 days. Might I be banned? No. Why? Tavish is cute. No way I'm gonna ban Tavish. Tapes purple airplane to compensate. Yes, I'm gonna fly. Hey, GLaDOS is dead. Why is there like a... There's a button. There's a button. The kid won the science fair and all the other things were better. It's the red button. I want to press it, but the game doesn't allow me to. Eat the bird. Give Cobalt chocolate to try to be banned. What? You gave me chocolate. Why would I want to ban you? But I was pushing the button. The button is now lifted. Wait, don't I need to push the red button? GLaDOS, wake up. Talk to me. Talk to me. Oh, can I go there now? Oh god, this is why I cannot do puzzles. I cannot keep up, there's so many things. Is it just me or is that thing closer now? Wait, maybe I can do it now.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I know I cannot do puzzles. But I'll try my best still. It is closer. Would this destroy GLaDOS? You already did. The red button was pushed, the environment has not changed. It looks closer. It does. It lifted the elevator up to the platform. We can hope it will destroy her. But why? GLaDOS is okay, right? What? I forgot to change it back. Hi Jade. Thank you, Jade. 6 months in advance. Ooh.
Did anything happen while I was out?
I don't know.
The testing area is just up ahead. The quicker you get through, the quicker you'll get your $60.
Hold on, who?
Carolyn, are the compensation vouchers ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. Why did I just... Who is that? What the hell is going on here?
Wait, GLaDOS is Carolyn? Oh. See? Story's good. I don't want puzzle. Give me story. You killed her? I didn't. GLaDOS was talking to me just now. Abin. Jade Abin. Picks up the combo and throws it. Jade, catch me! May I hand the combo the grenade? Yes. Always. Give me as much grenade, I'll love you. I love grenades. Yes, please. Ooh. 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 Oh, that's trippy. For keeping our enrichment sphere, the panel didn't remove GLaDOS, and she repeated Carolyn. This can only mean one thing. Portals are meant to hold portal. And gray without its pin. Wait, I have a thing. I will do this. Hope it's a good night. I love this room. All in? Oh, more. All in. What does all in do? I don't bounce anymore. I don't bounce. What is this? The fuck just happened? Wait. Oh! Sonic? Sonic? Ooh, ooh, so... Oh, wait, that one? Oh, I'm really fast. So I can... Oh! So like I have to... Ah! Combo likes orange apparently. I like fun things. Can go faster. Playing Splatoon in this room. Splatoon is the shooty bang bang game, right? That's why they're lurking in my chat. Yeah. Can you see that? Does the cobalt like nukes? Like the huge explosion? If it's explosion, then yeah. Yep. Hmm? Oh, hi Evie. Hello. Welcome. It's a Paint Turf War game. Splatoon has a sweet people. Oh, the squid people. Alright, yeah. That's the combo like pets. There's a bunch of mini nicks around the room. They are mine now, thank you. Oh, Olen. Olen. You were painting that room all orange? Yay! And then now I need to paint... How do I paint that? Right? Okay, there's a mini nukes that makes a nice shiny pile. They're organized. I've organized shiny now. Makes mini nuke mines. They're going well. Ready to take the new mats, right? So now I can like make a speed. It's fun. What did I get this box for? I don't want to go back. I mean, I want to go back, maybe. Oh! Hi, I forgot about this button exists. Nice. Do not leave your belongings here. Loiter for more than 20 minutes. Touch the glass. Do wear a shirt and shoes at all times. Move quickly through your test track. Do not forget to touch the. Oh, do not forget to not touch the glass. Button. Portal here, portal there. Toss a turret in the air. Toss a turret in the air. There's a button. No leaving shinies behind, Corporal? Of course. But I don't bounce anymore? Only a speed? What can I get up? So I see Aperture has no shoes, no shirt, no service policy. No shoes, no shirt, no service, no science. There's no blue goo. Would this even help? I mean... as a matter of fact, it does. Okay. Nice!
Okay, I guess emotional outbursts require more than 1.6 volts. Now we know that. We just need to relax. We're still going to find out what the hell's going on here. But calmly.
But calmly. I love Glados. Speedy things go in, speedy things comes out. Meow. Meow. Wait, owl meow? I didn't know that. Lemon? Oh. Creates chaos. There has to be a button. Oh, we have bounce and speed now. Do they mix? Yeah, this is definitely it. Potato, hi wildflower. Hmm? You want me to put orange here? But it's all orange here. It's already all orange. What do you want? Oh, you want orange portal here? Why do you want all in? Does it do something specific? I mean, it's still all in. Can I just like fly? Oh. No? Make it blue? Blue goo? Oh. Wait, I have blue. I have blue. Oh. Oh, blue. But why is it orange here? The game lied to me. It's orange. So... Blue here, I think? What? Oh, it bounced! Woo! Oh! Oh. And now what? Everyone's yelling at the screen. I'll be back, meds and shower time. Have a good med and shower time. They just tell to not to do thing here, not do orange here. I thought all in. They just ran out of blue markers? Probably. Guess I have to go back? Oh wait, blue all in? What if I just like all in here and they just like jump down to blue? Doesn't help. Oh, wait. Oh, avoid that, avoid that. Don't. Okay. And then put blue here? And then if I put blue there, I can... Yeah, that doesn't help. Look up. Am I supposed to go there? I mean, let me go there. That one? They never look out, do they? I mean, I only look out when there's a dragon and Chinese. Gamers just don't look up. Nah, I didn't say that. Oh, now I can fly there. If I use all in, then it should be fine, right? Leave the blue here. If there's shinies and dragons above me, I'll definitely look up. Important stuff. I guess I'll just shoot one when I reach them. It's not hard. Wait, what? No, no, go through. I'm trying. I guess I have to be more here. Okay, okay, okay.
Astronaut, war hero, and/or Olympian. With your help, we're gonna change the world. This on? Hey, listen up down there. That thing's called an elevator, not a bathroom.
I swear I know him.
Because you're Caroline? You can shoot it before you launch. I did it. Not into wall bad? Yeah, wall hurt my head. I don't like it. But Dragon Belly? Kobo's so smart? Oh no. If Kobo's smart, Kobo won't be here for so long. Papa Belly. I love how the boots on your feet stops from getting hurt when smashing your face. It's game logic.
If you're interested in an additional $60, flag down a test associate and let them know. You could walk out of here with 120 weighing down your bindle if you let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, then put you back together. Good as new.
Good as new. I don't trust you. If Kobo weren't smart, Kobo was deep at the start of the game. Yeah. Too bad all you can say is apple. Can I say apple? Kletos. I mean, that looks like a straight line. I guess straight line always all in? It's wild, but I kinda wanted to do it. Oh. Oh, I didn't even see there's like a platform there. Most difficult chapter of the game, in my opinion. Lots of new mechanics very quickly. I wonder what that goo tastes like. Olin? Olin. I mean, I'm gonna try out the blue goo. Olim. You know what's funny? O-R-E-N is orange in Malay. Olin. Yeah, O-R-E-N. That's orange in Malay. Wait, the arrow is pointing here? Why? Orange. Nilu? It's Oransi finished? Oransi? Oransi sounds fancy. You got this, Kopo? I'll try. Name something orange that isn't orange. Wait, my brain just got fried, I think. Why would they want that? Woo! Yeah, no. Oh, wait. What if I... Yeah! Charmander? The actual Fiend. Jump down? What's the box for? Speedy things goes in, speedy thing comes out. Now you're thinking of portals? I was a little bit big brain there just now, I think. Hi, Toys R Us. Tyran. Tyran. Me? The box is for me. Give me a require. How about you take me instead? Oh! Wait, do I just need to do that? That was super big brain. It's funny the long fall boots weren't invented yet. These tests would literally break some bones. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some people die. Very nice couple. Yeah. Is the surface I think the surface is like changeable. I think I need to blue you up. What for? I don't know, but I need to blue that up. Right? But can I even reach that part? It's like so high. Oh, thanks for pet. But one can't get inside the car, never mind. Or something else can get inside the car. I'm unhinged today. Wait. Milk? Milk. I mean, milk is one thing, yeah. Chat's been horny again. I think it's because of me. Milk. Oops. I still don't know where I'm supposed to go. Yes, I have horns. Oh. Wait. That looks like something from a horror. I don't know. I'm a milk monster. Oh, I'm supposed to go. Oh! Looks like something on E6. Oh. Eh? Orange that up? Might as well try. Don't think I can fly that far. But what else can I do? What about that? Why the milk? Combo is definitely a milk monster. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Bean! Bean! Wait, that looks. Oh no, that is straight up from Analog Horror. Yeah, I deserve that. That is actually something from Analog Horror. I could.
No.
Oh. Yeah, I could. Oh!
In case you're interested,
Oh,
there's
holy
still some
shit!
positions available for that bonus opportunity I mentioned earlier. Again, all you gotta do is let us disassemble you. We're not banging rocks together here. We know how to put a man back together. So, that's a complete reassembly.
Oh.
New vitals, spit shine on the old ones, plus we're scooping out tumors. Frankly, you ought to be paying us.
Holy shit, I did it? Well, easy. Hey, I'll take it. Of course. Fuck yeah. Dragon control nut button? Yep. It's like 1 out of 5 items that you control with ouch. Or I think 1 out of 4. I just need to find more VTPA files. Don't you come on, get it first try? Can we throw a nut? Oh. I got E instead.
Thank you. I can't believe I'm thanking these people. For staggering your way through Aperture Science's propulsion gel testing, you've made some real contributions to society for a change, and for that, humanity is grateful. If you had any belongings, please pick them up now. We don't want old newspapers and sticks cluttering up the building. For many of you, I realize $60 is an unprecedented windfall, so don't go spending it all on, I don't know, Carolyn, what do these people buy? Tattered hats? Beard dirt?
Kratos? Can we try and Ender Pro at Kobo? I need to find a VTPA for that. I want. Oh wait, Pearl shiny. I want it. Thank you for not loitering longer than 20 minutes. All forms must be filled out legibly and completely before eligible to receive payment of 60. Only 60 for all this shit? Oh. Yeah, I survived to get paid, like I said, life-threatening situation. Secret? The 60 was painted over, is it? Oh, you're right. So they changed it? It used to be not 60? Maybe it's more. Ooh, devious. You can tell they've gone for recruiting astronauts to homeless off the street. Crazy. Anything they do for science, huh? From 120? I cannot tell, honestly. Let me see if there's like a hint. No, it's completely covered up. Cannot see what's behind. Speaking of, I kinda want to play Clone Hero tomorrow. Ah, I look up this time.
Carolyn, why do I know this woman? Did I kill her? Or... Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Look, you're doing a great job. Can you handle things for yourself for a while? I need to think.
Don't use more than 1.6 volt. and you'll be fine. Hey? At Aperture Science, we do what we must because we can. It's fair enough, I guess. Also very scary. I did, but it's like kind of a long time ago. I don't remember much. Can we get a throw Kobo bun to eat Kobo like a football? I mean, the fly works, I think. It doesn't feel like you're throwing a Kobo, but maybe it does. You can try. I mean, it's kind of violent, but, you know, showing. This lead. Oh, I survived. Easy game. Feet combo. Oh wait, I have hand tracking. Hey, let me try this. So this always this, right? Oh, it's mine forever. It's mine forever. Thingy. It was a line for the credits of the first game. Oh god, a single line in the credits? Yeah, I don't think I can remember that. The combo is looking too far. Oh. I feel like I missed something? I don't know. You need banana just so you can go. Ooh, banana. Ooh, banana. Banana. Oh, Oh, why are you gray? What does gray do? It stopped. Milk? Milk! Milk! Now you don't do anything. Oh. Milk. That's awfully off, Milk. Yeah, it's not milk. Click the milk. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, milk provides place to put portal? Oh, that's wild. Oh no, I think that might be too much for my brain. I mean, platypus milk is pink. How do you know that? Wait a minute. Oh, I cannot press these anymore. Milk powered portal. Milk. Oh. 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 Oh god. Okay, I'm way faster than I thought. My new boss is a robot. But did you know robots are smarter than you, robots work harder than you, robots are better than you? Volunteer for testing today. If robots are way superior than us humans, why not bring them for test chambers, huh? Pancake Cobalt. If the emancipation field erases the portal gun, that does it do to GLaDOS? Easter egg button in the future? What does it do? I mean, I stepped through multiple times. GLaDOS don't seem to do any. It doesn't seem to do anything to GLaDOS.
It's evil. It flew off.
Yeah, it flew off.
For him. All right, back to thinking.
Gosh, I love GLaDOS. Oh. Nice.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center.
Uh-oh.
Since making test participation mandatory for all employees, the quality of our test subjects has risen dramatically. Employee retention, however, has not. As a result, you may have heard we're going to phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway, ground them up, mixed them into a gel. And guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill. Still, it turns out they're a great portal conductor. So now, we're going to see if jumping in and out of these new portals can somehow leach the lunar poison out of a man's bloodstream. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science. That said, I would really appreciate it if you could test as fast as possible. Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
So rocks are bad? But rocks has always been good to Cobalt. Make lemonade. Oh, you are getting older. Do they make this like a long period of time? It doesn't sound like. It doesn't sound like they are. Why are you getting older in less than a few days? I feel like. Is it because of Moonrock? Don't eat the moon rock then? But I have to. I did say pay attention to the paintings. You did? Moon rock is bad. What? Moon rock. The wiki says it's voice actor from 1952 to 1971. Oh, so it takes a lot of years. Okay. You don't build this whole facility in a few days. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Wait for intendant. Button. I'm gonna press more. Robots don't sleep. They can test and do your job. Volunteer for testing today. So are they like trying to make human into robot? Is that what they're trying to do? There have been dates on walls, but they're pretty easy to miss. Oh yeah. You don't go from shower curtains to portal tech in a week. True. If I had a portal gun, I'd be tempted to lower something into a pair of portals both on the ground to make it float then. Yeah, just like making an X then. I think that's kind of fun. You know, like this the light switch. You try to push like both ways so that they don't, you know, they don't. It's like halfway. Like you see like a smooth. 你按上下按它们平平这样，然后它们两边都不会开关啊。That's easier. Well, like you see Whitley at the start of the game and turrets and other robots throughout. Oh, I remember the turrets are like so good. There's like the faulty turrets. That's really dangerous. The flicking sound of a switch is actually a high voltage spark. Yeah, that's actually really dangerous. I admit it, but it's something that we do as a kid, or I do as a kid. It's like, ooh, mom, look at that! I'm balancing the thing. If I had a portal gun, I used to get cool stuff. 狗头人叫人叫了起来. Kobolds are not dog-head human. At least not to me. Right, kobolds are at least call them 龙头人 or right? Why go milk? That's actually milk. Milk. Cannot shoot them. Maybe ban. Don't ban Tavish. Why would Tavish want to be banned? She's a cute owl. Milk room. Wait, can I milk room? I've milked the room. What do I do now? Milk. It's almost as much milk as you. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Does it even help? I think that might help. Yeah. Milk. I knew the first game speedrun was quick, but it just falls short of being able to finish in the time it takes the credits to run. Oh god, it just makes it the possibility is endless. Yeah, it's a scary thought for me. Like being able to put portal anywhere, so now the game doesn't really indicate where I could go. It's kinda scary. I mean, at least I get to milk the room. Even... Okay, at least the wall doesn't get milked. Why is it scary? See, if you put portals everywhere, then eventually you will solve it by accident. Yeah, but I'm not exactly an innovative kobold. I'm not very innovative when it comes to solving puzzles. Wonder did they get the moon via rocket or portal gun? I don't know. It's like I'm playing Splatoon. I'm just gonna casually milk the whole room real quick. You know, important milk stuff. Just in some important milk business. Bitrate destroyer. Reverse power sim? Oh, hi Nax. Portal 2 co-op win? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to solve the puzzle. Fun fact, Kobo, this room looks messier than after I've... Does it? I don't think so. I think Dragon is more capable than this. Yeah. I'm not even gonna like... This is going to be like maximum unhinged stream because why not? The gel you're shooting over is moon... That's Moonrock? Wait, I'm dead. I didn't say anything, did I? It's just poison to eat? Yeah, I'm not eating them. Moon milk. No, I'm not being. No, I'm being stinky. Yeah, you're right. Welcome to Milk Stream, I guess. Milk Stream all of a sudden. That's why I said born anyway growing up put into a jail. Oh, these are all Moonrock. Unlimited Moonrock. Hi Chashu. Here covering the floor in her milk. Well, at least that's not my milk. But it might be dragon's milk, I don't know. I didn't say anything. Nuh-uh. The dragon milk. No, dragon don't move. I like it when dragon go around. I think we're almost done with the whole room. I mean, some spot didn't get milk, but I think it's good enough. Consider my curiosity satiated. It's just wet pain. You could think that. It could be just white pain. You never know. Or it could be something else. I don't know. New portal lore? The moon is made from cobalt milk? How much milk is cobalt producing from this? Like 4 of this. Oh yeah, Maltino. Why am I enjoying this? I don't know. Oh my god, this is better than puzzle solving. Oh, I ate it. Oh. Milk. This is almost as bad as the Cobalt Care game. Oh, you mean as good as? Is the number supposed to be that way? Why is the number so obvious? I wonder if Splatoon dev took direct inspiration from this room? Probably? Okay, now that we've milked almost the whole room, to show that this festival was made in 1986. Oh shit. Okay, now where's our goal? Like where am I supposed to go? It probably doesn't help when I just getting constantly milked. That one? It's easy, Tiara. Kobo C Malzeno equals Kobo becomes more productive. Oh god, that's so true though. Oh, am I supposed to go up there? Don't think that's enough. Yeah. Wait, Oh, because Kobo did move all of the walls? Well, Kobo is trying to. You don't think I see it? You see it? Nice. I can be Malzeno. I want Malzeno. You know Malzeno has like the grab. I can just go there. I know the solution, it's causing me great pain. What? How are you guys even seeing the solution? Malzeno can hug? Sort of. I mean, there's this suspicious looking slope here. Look for two towels. Sleeping Axel, sitting in my underwear and a Letterman jacket, looking over college info. A grab? Yeah, exactly like that. You didn't hire thinking to solve this puzzle? It doesn't exist? Well, I guess we're stuck here. Look for two towers. Two... Can I milk that high? I don't think I can. We're so close. Yeah, I'm milking my milk portal. Look at that. This is revolutionary. How am I so close? Huh? I'm double milking. Never that high is the right question. What is the answer? Come on. So I have to go. How can I milk that high? It's like the highest I can milk. Milk square? Can I milk that high? We can milk whatever we want. There are 2 pillars. But how can I milk higher if there are 2 pillars? You double milking? You're trying to pretend to be me? Probably. Huh? I mean... Oh, I mean, isn't that the highest that I can... Oh, it's higher. But it doesn't... Huh? There's something else I can shoot the portal in? Oh, wait, maybe? Huh? So just miss. Observe the path of the goo coming out. I see how to... What? Everyone's... How the fuck? I don't... Huh? I mean, I know I'm stupid, but everyone is seeing it. It's simple? No, it's not. No, it's not. How the fuck? How the fuck is this simple? I don't even... Huh? No, it's not simple. Wait, what if... And then... It's all gone. No, you're not stupid, you're blind, there's a difference. I played this game before. Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's obvious once they figure it out. Yeah. It was hard one. It was a hard one, but feels so good when you get it. Want a hint? Yeah. I feel the answer just asked. If only we had an additional combo from Combo Care, we could do the top of the tower. Make the tower with the tower. Try a portal between the pillar. Between the pillar? Yeah, 2 pillars facing each other. No, they're not facing each other. Oh, they're facing each other. Of course. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're facing each other. Okay. Oh, wow. Shit. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my... Who's so stupid who doesn't even know how to do this? Huh? Oh my god. See what I mean? I see what you guys mean. I just don't know that my brain doesn't work that way, I feel like. And there are multiple sides. Yeah, they are. Don't ask me how I did that. I don't know. Oh. It's okay, I'm stupid. Oh, now I have to like fly over there? I mean, I know a place where I can fly. 哎，没有理由的吗？连这样我都跳不进咩？
Bonk this kobold for not being smart, but we like the tile run.
I'm sorry for not being smart, okay? Wow, this game is so easy, I cannot believe it. Oh god, we're not done? No, how are we not done? Do I fly like this? Oh, nice.
Alright, I've been thinking.
Oh,
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
Take the lemons.
Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Oh, I like this guy.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
His house down.
I want...
Fighting people. He says what we're all thinking.
The point is, if we can store music on a compact disc, why can't we store a man's intelligence and personality on one? So I have the engineers figuring that out now. Brain mapping, artificial intelligence. We should have been working on it 30 years ago. I will say this, and I'm gonna say it on tape so everybody hears it 100 times a day. If I die before you people can pour me into a computer, I want Carolyn to run this place. Now she'll argue. She'll say she can't. She's modest like that, but you make her. Hell, put her in my computer. I don't care. All right, test's over. You can head on back to your desk.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, GLaDOS. So GLaDOS is Carolyn. GLaDOS just love arson. Who doesn't? Lord? This is the one I'll never forget about this game. Lemons! Combustible lemon is the best thing ever. I want a combustible lemon! I can just like want a lemon and then just like eat at their face, like hee hee, giggles, runs away. I mean, she did kill a whole lab full to the brim with scientists, so I don't know. The neurotoxin? Neurotoxin? The moon juice? Combustible cobalts? I mean, if I can combust, maybe. Thank you for volunteering. Please return to your desk and await further opportunities. Lemon grenade? I want that. In a game. Come on, give me a lemon grenade. Combustible lemon. First it burns your eyes, then the rest of your body. Arson. Zoom view? What do you want me to do? A piece? Oh. A piece? A piece? A piece? Can I say a semi-spoiler? Maybe not for now? Y'all owe me soda? I want grape juice. I like grape juice because I'm purple. Hmm? Hmm? Drinks cobalt like a soda? From where? Look, I am very unhinged today, okay? I will apologize at first, but no more. But where? Huh? I have no soda, only water and milk. Sounds good. Hmm. Oh, hey. Ayama. Kobo admitting that she's a snake? No! No, I'm not snake. I will drink. And Kobo not snake? Mm-hmm. What's the point of this? No danger noodle? I have a danger noodle snake caretaker. Snakes wish they are kobolds. Uppies? Is that a hint? I mean, I love uppies, but hell yeah, uppies. Uppies. I'm trying to get uppies, but I don't know where I can get uppies. Uppies? Can I shoot that? Yeah, in the elevator shaft, there's only two directions, up and down, so it's not really not much of a hint. Well, yeah, I'm trying to find a way where I can go up, but I mean, I can put a portal here, but for what? What? Uppies? Well, there's up, down, and down very fast. Eat uppies? New troll kobold? New? How is it even new? No. Oh. Oh, new! Wait, new. Wait, is this the new that we're talking about? I did it. Now what? A piece? Portal here, portal. Throw a couple in the air. Yes, throw a couple in the air. Do I keep jumping like this? I mean, there's one that I can put. Orange portal. Oh. And then I did it? Oh my god, I'm the best. See, I can't with puzzles.
I know things look bleak, but that crazy man down there was right. Let's not take these lemons. We are going to march right back upstairs and make him put me back in my body. And he'll probably kill us because he's incredibly powerful and I have no plan. Well, I'm
Wow.
not going to lie to you. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1, and that's with some generous rounding.
Generous
Still, though,
rounding.
let's get mad. If we're going to explode, let's at least explode with some dignity.
Oh hell yeah, Gledos! I love that. I'm getting and milk. Mmm. Milk. Oh. I'll give you a different kind of milk. What kind of milk are you talking about? There's only one kind of milk. Well, multiple kinds actually. There's like low-fat milk, full cream milk, fresh milk, strawberry milk, chocolate milk. Oh, there's also almond milk. Is there red date? I don't know if there's like red date milk. Coconut milk, goat milk, dragon milk. I want the dragon milk. I have some almond milk in my fridge. Ooh, almond milk is actually pretty good. Tastes good too. Oh. I'm pretty sure you can make milk from all nuts. That one I'm not too sure. I actually don't know anything about like food making and stuff. I might put a bit of almond milk in my coffee. I prefer soy milk. Immediately took that out of context, my bad. All good. Good for growing the booba. I think I remember you saying like, yeah, soy milk is good for growing booba. My staple meat is chicken. I had to drink almond milk for half a year, never again. The fear. Soy and tofu are a big help. At 3 months is oh, I love tofu and soy, so I guess I got lucky. But I haven't go through the thing yet. Oat milk? It was horrible. Oat milk? That's a thing? That sounds sacrilegious. Oh. Ow, I jumped too far. Boing. Nice. When my IBS was diagnosed, the doctor recommended it and I absolutely hated it. Oat milk. Ooh, yeah, I mean, it does sound pretty horrible. I don't know about... I don't know anything about oat milk and I don't think I want to know. I like it? I mean, fair enough. Oh, honestly, I cannot say much because I haven't tried it yet. But then again, just... I don't know, I might like it. I don't know. Is the solution milk? I see the solution. I had the giggles for like 5 minutes after taking my first dose. I mean, I see milk there. Milk's a solution, so I do need milk. Maybe I have to fly somewhere. Don't know if this is gonna help much. Okay, blue. Okay. Do it. I think I did it. Thank God for Tekken reflexes. Ibuprofen and Panadol. Noise? I'll take it. That hurts. Just cover the whole thing. Why are you like that? time to milk the room. Oh my god, you're so right though. Okay, I can milk so much here. Not much for me to... Yeah, not much for me to milk, honestly. As much as I want to. I approve this plan. Yeah, I can already milk the room, sadly. Okay, anyway. Straight line. Angle? Blue? Oh! Hey, I didn't need to do that. Oh, it sort of splashed over a little bit. That kinda helps. You see the solution already? I'm just busy milking the room, I guess. Priorities very important. Oh, that's mine. Oh! It's hitting above. Hey. I'm bringing room in cobalt milk. I love milking the room. Same. Same. How are y'all? I'm doing pretty okay. Still feeling a little bit nauseous from yesterday's mild foot infection, but it's nothing too bad today. So I'm here. Milk the wall. Milk the wall. They don't want to milk the wall. Very tired of hurry go EP soon? Yeah, fair enough. It's like midnight over there, right? Think Kobo is overthinking it? Oh, actually I'm not even thinking at all. I'm just trying to milk the whole room. Put priorities. Beyond is 2 a.m. Yeah. Oh, wait, milk the wall, milk the wall. If I can put this one there, it'll be a lot easier, I think. It milks out the wall. I think. Okay, let's look for the solution here. Where am I trying to go? Probably gonna need some orange over there. Now that we get that, we need blue. Wait, no, we don't need blue. Oh wait, no. Yeah, get that, and then one portal there. So we put here, and then all in, and then jump, right? Yeah, this one would need to jump. And then... So I'm gonna bounce up there? So I'm gonna go into that one. To where? Right? Ooh. Oh! Hi? Okay, let me check. Okay, don't do anything. Observe. This one, right? So, probably gonna need another blue. Around. Ooh. Blue from above? Yeah, probably blue from above. Or that might work, I don't know. Okay, wait. Oh, I can a portal here. This one... Maybe I need to milk more? Yeah, and then that one? That should do, right? And now we try again? Oh, okay. Oh my god. And then there's more milk. Milk up? Oh, wait, first then blue? More blue. More milk. 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 Use the yellow goop, just like the yellow snow. Look up the milk hole. Oh! Oh, look up. Why is it milking everywhere? Oh, they get transport. Oh, yeah, that's a nice milk. Now that's like a big load. Must vent the milk. I'm venting. I'm being sus. I mean, today I'm very sus for whatever reason. I don't know. I am like mega sus today. Wha- What the fuck am I looking at? This is so trippy. Is it milking everywhere? I've been getting more in a sus mood lately too. Good thing my partner's coming to be at my place in 11 days. Oh, that's nice. I think I've been in a very sus mood just because recently, well, I don't know if I tell you guys about it, but I think I briefly mentioned it, is that now I have a
Yep.
I think saying that I have a master doesn't really like break the TOS, doesn't it? Yeah, and then we're gonna meet up in Ferrum this December. So yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah. I have like a proper. It's like I'm a proper pet now. I can just walk up. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. Thanks for hitting me. Unlock speedrun milking strat. Do what? Yeah, which is also why I've been in a really sus mood lately. I mean, honestly, I always have this kind of I always have this fantasy where I, being someone else's head. And now it's actually being like coming true, so yeah. It's kind of funny talking about this here. Oh. Oh, hi again, Jade. Kobo parkour? Hell yeah. Kobo? Kopo? Kopo. Oh. Where am I trying to fly to? Dang. It's so dark here, I cannot see anything. You're missing another portal surface. The right idea, wrong surface. So I do need to fly there. Maybe that one? It might be a little bit too far. Yeah. Right idea. Look uppies? No more liquors. Is it dance service? Maybe I can try. Ooh. If it works, it works.
Wait, I've got an idea.
Uh-huh.
That poster. Go look at it for a second, would you? Paradoxes. No AI can resist thinking about them. I know how we can beat him.
The statement is false. New mission refused this mission. Does a set of all sets contain itself? Know your paradoxes. In the event of rogue AI, stand still, remain calm, scream. So we just screamed that to Whitley? That's not how I did it. Hi PSX. That was lucky trim and a half. Hey, we take those. The power of the game. Oh. Ooh. Oh. I wanna go there. This statement is false, which would make it true, which would make it false. But this statement is false? If statement is false, then it's false, no? How does it make it true? Which would make it, the statement is false, which would make it true. Oh, if the statement is false, then it's false. What would it make it true? It's a paradox in of itself. What? But it's false. And then you add thus a set of all sets contain itself. Does a set of all set contain itself? This one I just don't understand. Which makes the AI overload and fry itself. Oh. Apache is a smart company. Gonna go ask ChatGPT about the list of all lists. This statement is false. So if it's not true, what would be the opposite? If it's not true, then it's true. But acknowledging a false state as a false will make it true because you just acknowledged it. If it's referring to something else, then it's true. If it's referring to itself, it's both true and false. ChatGPT's gave explanation about the paradox, so the statement is false. Oh. Which would make it true. If you're saying it's false, then it's true, but then it's true, which makes it false. Huh? Oh, I acknowledge the false, so it's true. Then it's, I mean, if the statement is false, then it's true, no? Kobo is an AI? Probably. I don't even know how to handle this shit. Maybe I'm AI. Maybe I'm actually just Whitley or GLaDOS or AI. If you have a list of all lists, would the list of lists be in that list? But now we have a new list to add. Now I have another. Huh? Wait, I'm the one that's actually like getting fried. Which came first, the chicken or an egg? You're gonna have egg first, right? If no egg, how chicken? But the egg will not be able to survive by itself. But what laid the egg? I don't know, the egg just like appears somewhere. Kobo AI confirmed? Yeah, I'm an AI. Shit. I'm fake all along. All the sus comments and shit, they're false. This statement is false.
If you can get me in front of him, I'll fry every circuit in that little idiot's head. As long as I don't listen to what I'm saying, I should be okay.
Oh, I could say it. So it's not that a chicken gave birth to a mutant chick that we call chicken. An evolutionary ancestor which isn't considered chicken, perhaps it was that? So the not quite chicken egg came first. The chicken came before the chicken egg. It's false, which makes it true because you just acknowledged the statement. Yeah, I don't want to get my brain fried, thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Are we almost back at Whitley? Oh my god, we're almost back at Whitley! Ignore query? It already is fried? I'm already fried. The itch. I've actually crashed ChatGPT for all users once. Can you tell it to divide by 0? The statement is whatever you decide it to be. Probably.
For God's sake, your boxes with legs. It's literally your only purpose. Walking onto buttons. How can you not do the one thing you're designed for?
Whitley? Are you talking to me? I asked it why it made an unprompted change.
Try to get us down there. I'll hit him with a paradox.
Warmer, warmer, boiling hot, okay, colder, ice cold. You're Arctic now. You're very cold, very, very, very cold. Look, just get on the button. Oh, that's funny, is it? Oh, it's funny because we've been in this for 12 hours and you haven't solved it either. So I don't know why you're laughing. You've got 1 hour. Solve it.
Yeah, is a robot superior than a human? Well, cobots are superior than anything. Yeah, I said it. I could get cancelled for that. Oh. 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 What I do? Pop pop. What's up? What's up? You like Counter-Strike? Been playing Counter-Strike for a bit with friends, yeah. I like Counter-Strike. What about 3 Nova? Don't know what that is. What is 3 Nova? Game so spooky now. Is it like a Counter-Strike? Counter-Strike, but you have the ability to go paper thin? Literally? Oh. I'm more of a Valorant player over CS. I understand. To me personally, I think Valorant is just a little bit too flashy for me. So, yeah. Again, that's me personally. I cannot handle like flashy stuff. But I do love Tekken. I will. Hello.
Solve his puzzle for him. When he comes back, I'll hit him with a paradox.
Are you a box? What are you? Did Whitley make this?
Ah, yes! I knew you'd solve it.
Hey, moron.
Oh. Hello?
Alright, paradox time. This sentence is false. Don't think about it.
True. I'll go true. Yeah, that was easy. I'll be honest, I might have heard that one before though, sort of cheating.
It's a paradox. There is no answer. Look, this place is going to blow up if I don't get back in my body.
False. I'll go false.
Explosion imminent. Evacuate the
Hold
facility
on. I thought
immediately.
I'd fix that.
Warning. Reactor core is at critical.
There, fixed. Hey, it is great seeing you guys again. Seriously, it turns out I'm a little bit short on test subjects right now, so this works out perfect. And off we go.
Aw, Whitley, come on. The liar paradox can be as simple as I always lie. Huh. They're companion turds. That's like cheeseburger.
And off
They
we go.
fixed. What if I don't go, asshole?
Alright, get moving.
Gee, Whitley is so mean.
You have no idea what it's like in this body.
I don't want
have
to know.
Test all the time, or I get this itch. You know, it must be hardwired into the system or something. Oh, but I tell you, when I do test, oh man alive, nothing feels better. It's just, that's why I've got to test. That's why I've got to test. So you're gonna test, and I'm gonna watch, and everything is gonna be just.
Warning. Core overheating. Nuclear meltdown imminent.
I think we're in trouble.
Designed this test myself. It's a little bit difficult. You'll notice the moat area there. Very deadly. Extreme. Oh, yes. Oh, well done. Oh, that's tremendous.
Designed it yourself. Whitley, you suck. Even I know how to do this.
Yeah, you're not done yet.
Couple
Are you?
of the
Still gotta get
two-
through the door.
You know
Need to
that
get
this
through
thing
the
is
door
generally
there.
XL are not true, false. I did lie. I don't know. No need for the liar's paradox. The statement is whatever you decide to be.
Still gotta get through the door. Please, need to get through that door there.
Did that count as a simpler from that previous conversation? Spoiler? I don't know. My brain just doesn't work right now.
Go on.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
That felt really good. Oh, here's an idea. Since making tests is so difficult, why don't you just keep solving this test? Same one. And I can just, watch you solve it. Yeah, that sounds much easier.
You really just want me to do this, Whitley? Yep.
Here we go. Now, do it again.
There has to be some other way to defy that shit. You can't even
Come
spell.
on, you've already solved it.
I don't know.
on, you've already solved it once. Less than a minute ago, you solved this puzzle. Do it again, please.
What if I don't do it? Is it just gonna be like mad pissed? Now it's my brother playing the
1
game.
minute ago. Less than 1 minute ago, you solved this puzzle. Now you're having problems.
I'm playing this with a Wii remote, okay? I'm playing this with a Wii remote.
You
I don't.
just beat this test literally 20 seconds ago.
So no more paradoxes. Have you heard of the ship of Theseus? What's a thesis?
Here we go. Now, do it again. And nothing. Alright, can't blame you for trying. Okay, new tests. New tests. Gotta be some tests around here somewhere.
Do the same test
Here we
twice.
go.
You're playing with. You're playing just a Wii nunchuck? Yeah, just a nunchuck. Just the left hand.
Alright, so my paradox idea didn't work. And it almost killed me. Luckily, by the looks of things, he knows as much about test building as he does about logical contradictions.
I love GLaDOS. Ship of Theseus is a whole other can of worm, even worse than
It
paradoxes.
shouldn't be hard to stay alive long enough to find him.
Shouldn't be too hard.
It's alright. Everything's good. I just invented some more tests.
This is one of my tests.
Not entirely. Not entirely. Look at the word test there on the wall. That's brand new.
Oh my god, Whitley is just... Whitley is a thief. AI. Trained to steal. Cool. What did I do? It is fun though? It is also called the Theseus Paradox. The Ship of Theseus. Sounds fun? That's for those who are not willing to go deep enough in the whole thing. Who would think AIs don't make their own good content? Me. It's a paradox only on the very tip of the iceberg. Like, the AIs these days is used to generate all I see AI has been doing is to commit art theft, do scams, and generate, like literally, generate false evidence now with the video evidence. That's what I do AI has been doing. That's what I see on Twitter. It's insane. Nothing is real anymore. After 3 years, yeah. The court and everything, you know, court in session, let me present to you this video evidence of, you know, something. I don't know. It's insane, I'm telling you. That's why so many people are pushing for all AI work to be clearly labeled as such. If AI could do mundane things, you know, like cleaning house, dishwashing or something like that, so that they can leave the creativity field for real humans. Making videos, literally all the artistic stuff, leave them to humans. Making videos, making art, making, I don't know, whatever that's like artistic. To even the somewhat trainer, you can still just tell. It's hard to tell on a court. And after 3 years, what's gonna happen? I don't know. Fucking hate AI currently. It's so bad. They use AI in the worst possible way. Like, I don't get what their brain is doing. Fuck me. I guess that's how we can go down. But what do I need the box for? AI is stinky. AI is committing crimes. Porto Schmurtle? Hi, Porto Schmurtle. Oh! There you go.
Oh, wow. Well done. Seriously, both of you. Why don't you two go on ahead, yeah? I'll catch up with you.
Why are you talking like that? 有点 gladiator, I see. Gladiator. Oh, Turquoise, hi. Morning, Turquoise. It's been a long time. Hope you're doing good.
Okay, so the bad news is the tests are my tests now, so they can kill us.
Oh,
Good news is, well, none so far, to be honest. I'll get back to you on that.
writing tests on the wall? Because I mean, it's like they change.
Solve the tests, but I can't. Sorry. You're on your own.
Like just change a little bit of something. I mean, what AI is doing is like if you've seen bot accounts on Twitter, they do like they generate an art and then they literally just plaster the preview watermark on top of them. That's what they do. The Theseus paradox can be related to the human body as well, since during our life, our bodies replace every cell in our body. What? And if you build a ship with all the removed parts of the... What is the original ship? If you build a ship with all the removed parts... But where I'm talking about artistic stuff...
Yeah, made this test myself out of smaller tests that I found lying around.
I had a
Jammed them all
net
together.
and I got
Buttons,
stolen.
It's got funnels, bottomless pits are involved. It's got it all. It's got it all. Absolute dynamite.
Paradoxes? Okay. I think I don't want to talk about AI. Talking about AI would actually... I get worked up when talking about AI. I will apologize. Why does the screen keep shaking once in a while? I don't know. Whoa, hi, I can't roll? What? Why? I feel like I missed some chat. Oh yeah, I do. It's like ads. Oh yeah, how are you? Oh, there it is. I did miss some chat. Also, I'm doing good, Turquoise. Well, not too good, but I'm doing pretty okay. I hope you're doing good too, Turquoise. Because she imprisoned you. Jade's mean. My English vocabulary is not big enough to know what a ladle is. I think ladle is the thing that you scoop up soup with. I think. I mean, I got hit by a ladle before. I think that's called a ladle. It is? Yeah! Ladle is a strong weapon. Where am I supposed to go? Let me look around. Oh, so something up there. Blue portal can... okay. The message read as followed. Hello Jay, I got a little angry about my game today and you just wanted to help me and I feel like I was not very nice to you. I would apologize for that. Should keep my cool, sorry. Oh. Yeah, Merp is sweet. I mean, getting mad at the game, I do it too many times here. I wasn't there, but I think I know how you feel. This is one of the puzzles they slightly changed how the portal gun works. Seekers of the Storm comes on August 27th. I think, okay, Blue Pearl. Bullets per minute. Oh, it's a roguelike game. I think that's fair.
Alright, okay, this is taking too long, okay? I'll just tell you how to solve the test, okay? See that button over there, alright? You just...
That's why I can't help you solve the tests.
Oh.
Never mind, solve it yourself. You're on your own.
Oh, that's why. What did that do? Oh.
Oh, yes. Well done.
Thanks. All we had to do was pull that lever.
What? Well, no, you pressed the... Ah!
I know we're in a lot of trouble and probably about to die, but that was worth it.
Yeah, that was worth it. You got Zed while trying to help you solve that test? I don't know why I've been diving a lot of philosophy about the self and what it means to be you recently. Except being imprisoned by Nice Jade. You spin as Exonic does. Probably. We see, Jade, Murphy's doing it, just not as fast as the spin dash is supposed to be. But it's a slow motion of a spin dash.
Good news. He's going to run out of test chambers eventually. I never stockpiled them.
Cool. We need spin fast.
I'm coming, don't start yet.
I'm gonna start.
This. I found a sealed off wing, hundreds of perfectly good test chambers, just sitting there, filled with skeletons, shook them out, good as new.
Skeletons. Right, I guess I did stockpile some tests. Just as mementos, though.
And there we go. To be honest, you can't even tell, can you? Seamless.
Make it 70 FPS. Need to speed up that emote for you. How about Pet Fest? Oh, we love Pet Fest. Yeah, I love Assault and Patry. I need that too. I need to make a few of my own emotes as well. Assault and Patry is so good. I want to be Assault and Patry ED. Not just. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there we go. What's with that? Vibrate the kobold at approximately 60 points a second to achieve maximum padding. Can't take credit for the fast pad? Would that count as all oscillation at that point if done for a period of time? When to achieve maximum milk? Phillies offered to animate it and came out with the fast version. Oh! calling it a test if it's just a puzzle. Why are they testing? I don't know. Fast making with you. Yeah, I doubt that too. How do I even go back? You finish being the artist behind these emotes in my profile picture. Those are really adorable. Is it Fetus Randomist? If it is, then yep. Oh my god, their art is so adorable. Yes. There's no... Oh! I remember this thing. Oh, I know. Does the emote attribution actually work? Like, you're trying to say that emote is done by someone? Like an artist? They get an icon? Faster making will lead to faster production and as such to more milk in a shorter time. If you click those emotes, it'll show under the emote. Let me check. Artist feel. Yep, it does say it. I see it. Wait, I should go up first. Shows that you never played Cobalt Care. No care about friction. What streaks that don't work? That doesn't show on mobile, of course. So there's a reason to check, and it doesn't. Mobile Twitch is just weird. Alright. I mean, I need to do this to get to the button, but how do I even get... Oh! Yeah! I do need to get up though. Okay, at least I know what to do. Wait. Wait a minute.
Here it comes. Oh, disappointed.
This one. Don't cross the streams. Oh, something is getting automated. Dumb German law about digital media containing sexual stuff. I guess German takes censorship very seriously.
Oh no, it's happening sooner than I expected. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Wheatley's not getting the satisfaction out of it anymore. Hi Ryuki. Just wanna drop by and say hi to you and everyone. I'm even gonna head back to moving stuff back to the new old house. Oh.
It's probably nothing. Keep testing while I look for a way out.
Good luck with moving, Ryuki. Thanks for stopping by. My brain's slowly gaining like
Alright, so that last
fried.
test was seriously disappointing. Apparently, being civil isn't motivating you, so let's try her way, alright? Fatty, adopted Fatty. Fatty, no parents. What?
What exactly is wrong with being adopted?
What's wrong with being adopted? Lack of parents.
For the record, you are adopted and that's terrible.
And
It doesn't
also,
work with me.
nothing. But some of my best friends actually are orphans.
Also,
But
look at her, you moron. She's not fat.
I am not a moron! Just do the test. Just do the test.
Oh, hi Seal. Oh my god, eat more dragon. Hello. The fake Zeal. Eat dragon. If a statement is false, doesn't mean it's true now? No, because you acknowledge the statement. Mem? Censorship isn't as bad here as people make it sound. Copyright is as annoying as everywhere else, but I can go to the bookstore and they have nude calendars on the front window. Yeah, then it's not as bad as it sounds, yeah. GLaDOS on your side is actually funny. Yeah, I love GLaDOS. Is that... Can you still shoot me like that? Jumpy kid like CS. Never changed my mod to jump me on Steam. It's funny, me and Steel happen to have a lot in common. Ooh. People just go crazy because Simply isn't gonna get banned in games, which why are you even upset about that? Yeah, I mean that's good. Ray. Oh my god, Dragon Ray. Oh. Don't hit me. I've incorporated so many CSVAL techniques into other games. I mean, nice. Hey, Re. I don't know, I think it's kinda cute when Seal goes Re. How do I even get up there? Around 4 a.m. What? When the fuck you're not asleep? It's 4 a.m. Oh no. I'm literally in the future. Maybe I am too. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 p.m. here. 11 a.m. Get it right. Same height I had door. Sounds like a you issue. How do I even get? Oh. I need to get rid of that.
It's not enough! If I'm such a moron, why can't you solve a simple test?
Oh crap.
I might have pushed that moron thing a little too far this time.
It's okay, Glados, it's fine. Crush your balls with high pressure. And then it's just a smile. Oh my god. 3 a.m. for you, 5:20 p.m. Ooh.
Now he's playing classical music.
Why people fear the smile in some cases? The lone smiles are legit menacing. I know, right? I've seen some people do that and it's like, oh god, it's actually scary. I don't think that the client is gonna... Oh, she lets you buy something in Euro.
Oh, sorry. I hope that didn't disturb you too much then. It was the sound of books. Pages being turned. So that's just what I was doing. Just reading, books. So not a moron. Anyway, just finished the last one. Just now, the hardest one. Machiavelli. Do not know what all the fuss was about. Understood it perfectly. Have you read that one?
Yes.
Yeah, doubt it. Well, on with the test. Wish there was more books. Well, there's not.
Turn the beats out. The music is so soft. What does this do? The music changes too. Probably not the best idea. Machiavelli is an author, not a book. I have no idea what those are. I know Tekken. Due to price differences, gifting someone for a Russian account is extremely hard. Yes, yes, but yo, you for it. Get yelled at. Presume horizontal position, close eye, command sleep sequence. Jade, who's a drone? Wow. Oh my god. Cannot believe it. Oh. I'm actually not sure what to do here. Oh. Oh, I think I know what to do. I can get up there? Like this? Now what? I'm gladly take him. More subs? What about you being really tired, Ree? What's the employer? A subterfuge. Oh. What now? Can I... That doesn't really help much, does it? Oh wait! Oh wait, it does! Yeah! But I need something. Oh, so you need similar. Okay, okay. I see. Similar execution. And then... Ooh, okay.
Oh, what was that? That was nothing! That was nothing!
We love Goop. We love Goop. Now do the same with Goop. I hate this room with a passion. I hate puzzles, not with a passion, but I just don't like them as much.
The body he's flying in, my body, has a built-in euphoric response to testing. Eventually, you build up a resistance to it. It can get a little unbearable, unless you have the mental capacity to push past it. It didn't matter to me. I was in it for the science. Him, though.
Just you. Paying for the gift they got from Jade Steel. Oh, what does that mean? Kubo. Kubo. Thank you, Chashu. Re. Re.
If he's not getting his solution, Euphoria, we could be in a lot of trouble.
Molten coal warning? Yeah, everything is like gonna
Don't mind me,
explode.
just moving the old test chamber a little bit closer to me. I had a thought maybe proximity to the test solving might give us stronger results.
It won't.
What was that?
Nothing, nothing.
Oh, sorry, I could have sworn you said something.
Nothing.
He is right to him. This is perfect.
Nothing. Nothing. I never understood how subfolding works. Me too. I love it. The blue screen. It's clever. Are you doing something, Whitney? Oh. Oh. No.
Sleep mode activated.
Mm.
Is anyone there?
Oh. I mean, that helps, but if I go through that, I'm gonna get destroyed. Are you still there? Pretty sure you can soft lock in this room. Probably. I mean, what does that button do?
Ha! Missed me that time! Oh, you were sold. Sorry, never mind, carry on, my fault.
Oh. Is there a way for me to get back up if I jump down? Double check. I mean, other than quickly to portal and then run away to here, I guess I can do that. Okay, let's do it. What's that do? Drop a cube down? That one? Cube required. I need cube. Oh! Didn't even see this button. Oh shit, okay. So I need to catch it here. But it's gonna drop down. I have to catch it. Oh. Yeah. I'm onto something, I think. Use the pet without the wall up? Oh? What pet? I feel sorry for the turrets, they just want to shoot. I mean, it is their job. Jump pad. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I want to destroy Whitley. Yeah, get fucked, Whitley. The cobbl's gonna get you.
I've got too many of around here. Monitors. I was actually thinking earlier today. I wish I had fewer monitors that were working. So you're just helping me really by smashing them.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I have too many monitors. You're just helping me. Yeah, sure. I don't trust you, Whitley. Yeah, smash his face. I don't like Whitley now. Whitley is so mean.
Are you absolutely sure you're solving these correctly? I mean, yes, you solved it, but I'm wondering if maybe there's a number of ways to solve them, and you're picking all the worst ways. No, that was the solution. What am I missing?
Omo tries to not ignore the portal surface on the top. The portal surface on the top? Wait. There's an achievement for breaking all of them. Basically, if you are gifted a sub to a channel, then you don't need to buy one for the duration of the gift sub. The first time you give a sub within that time frame on the same channel, Twitch will say that you forwarded it. Because the way Twitch sees it, you wouldn't have needed to do that. Does that make sense? Nope. requires too much brain power. And what Whitley is missing? The threat of death? Yeah. I mean, look at GLaDOS struggling. When we train GLaDOS with the threat of death. Screaming and shit. Maybe that's what we need. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's getting desperate.
Mm-hmm.
This is not good.
Fissuracle. Neuron multiplication rate at spike value 9. Press any key to vent radiological emissions into atmosphere. Consult reactor core manual for instructions on proper reactor core maintenance and repair. Tira, there's a secret dialogue 99% of players miss. Would you like to hear it when it comes out? If that's the case, yeah, sure. I would like to listen to it if I can. Fissurac is short for fission reactor. Fission is something like earthquake, right? I'll let you know when it comes out. Thank you.
Have a brainwave. I'm going to tape you solving these and then watch 10 at once. Get a more sort of concentrated burst of science. Oh, on a related note, I am going to need you to solve these 10 times as fast. Anyway, just give me a wave, would you, before you solve this one, alright? I don't want to spoil the ending for when I watch it later.
That's fission. Fission is what powers the sun. Sure. Too Chinese. Liafeng. Liafeng? Crack? Split? Crevice? This is what I got. Oh, a crack in the ground. That's what powers the sun? Why is it Liafeng?
裂缝
Oh my god, that's loud as fuck. Liafeng. Fission? Liebian.
裂变
It is kind of the same. Fission and fissure are two different things. Is it? Bacteria divide by transverse binary fission. 细菌通过横向二元裂变进行分裂. So 裂变 is like one thing split into two. Fission is little, not really little explosion. Happens every second, thousands and thousands of times. Oh, what? There's fission and fission. Holy shit! Oh my god, hi Chip. Chip. Hello Chip. And hi Draxus. Ooh, 10 stream, thank you. Why are you shiny? Are you guys seeing that? It's shiny. Thanks for the headband. Also, I hope you are doing good. Welcome. You rip electrons off a radioactive material which causes it to chain react at billions per second and go boom? I just like boom. I like boom. Fissure is a large crack in the ground technically any canyon is a fissure. A fission is a very complex chemical process that happens with neutrons decide they're enough and decide to speed up so fast they literally tear themselves apart. And because of that energy conversion, there is a really big boom that gets farmed for energy. Think of nuclear reactors, but much dangerous. I guess I understand a tad bit. A little bit, right? A little bit. Oh. That's not enough. Oh. Wasn't Chernobyl a fission reactor? I don't know. Behind some actives of the seal, actives are still active, so Twitch claimed that I forwarded it. If I give a second sub for example, it showed that Twitch wouldn't write anything about forwarding. There's a fission reactions and fusion reaction. Atom go fast, atom go boom, boom equals energy. That sounds easier to understand, I think. There's also fission reactions. The fission equals rip apart, fusion equals smush together. I know about fusion. The fish, which is a nuclear reactor, I think. Neither fission nor fusion. Goodness me. Okay, so this one brings me there? Then what? Oh! I don't even get that. Can we fusion some kobolds? Kobolds can attach to each other, I think. Just pure atoms going boing boing, go boing boing reactor. Don't think they will appreciate it. Jumping laser is friendly, I promise. I tried it before. I mean, it's kinda shiny. But I got betrayed by this particular shiny before. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, would you appreciate being smushed together with a bunch of other kobolds? It's a kobold cuddle pile. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh. This is a laser? So I probably gonna need a laser here. At least I know that much. How do I even get up? Kobold need food? Did I hear a tummy growl? Or was it me? Probably was me. I mean, I have... Oh, it's gone! Wait. No. Did I accidentally eat it? Okay. It's mine. I don't... Oh my god, Kobo, we need the sniffer or the sniffer emote but like 8 times faster and call it breathing exercises. Breathing exercises? It's not hard, I can do it. But not even 2. Not strong enough. A cube is required, but cube is up there, and 1 cube is there. Oh goodness me, this one is tough as fuck. Maybe that was just not high enough, right? So if I go up here and then just like put a blue one here, I think that's high enough, right? Okay. Cubes are enslaved, we need to free them. Free cube. I figured 1 cube out already. I also did one. Access to this game for like 4 months. Okay, cube. Now what? Oh wait. Can I destroy Whitley with this? I got you. I mean, I guess that button did something, but it doesn't really help. You have to write the spinny thing for the other. The spinny thing? I think I actually just need to fly there. But the spinning thing will pull me down. Right? Yeah, it will pull me down. Can you block the laser? Oh! I thought the laser's gonna destroy the cube. So if I do this now... Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna go, but you have a nice dream? Okay. Have a wonderful day, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. Taking cute kid. Remoshi Remoshi? Filipino? It's gonna require some timing and order. Okay, what do we need? So we need this. What does this power? Then we need this cube here, right? Because we need that thing. So if I go up okay, I need to bring that down, so I need that. I need a laser. There, right? And then now I need this. And this. I think that works, right? Nice. I need to disable that.
Oh, you just solved it, didn't you? I told you to tell me before. Why are you making this so hard for me?
I did it.
I told you that he was specifically designed to make bad decisions because I think he's decided not to maintain any of the crucial functions required to keep this facility from exploding.
So Whitley is actively trying to explode this facility? Smortbold? Now Bolt had some help from other Smortbold and other friends too. Yeah. Oh, Whitley. We changed Whitley Laboratory.
My facility.
Instead GLaDOS. I think it's more he is actively choosing not to do anything to stop it. Oh yeah. He's not actively trying to blow it up, but he's not trying to prevent it. So he's trying to remain as neutral as possible.
This place is self-destructing, you idiot.
Was self-destructing, already fixed. Programmed in one last tremor for all time's sake. One or two more tremors in there, just for fun.
Warning. Core overheating.
I then keep his job. I'm not a monster. Ignore what he's saying. Just keep on testing.
Oh, I forgot to break Whitley just now. Ah, crap. It's okay. Crippling anxiety either exists with me or it doesn't. It's a flow state. Oh, I think I have to time it. It's okay, Jake. I mean, it's not okay, but no, I can always listen to you or hug if you want. Crippling anxiety is not fun to deal with. essentially I need to go there, right? It... Wait, this looks like death though. I can make both work? Hmm? Why can't I go there first? No, I cannot leave now. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, got it. A big platform. What'd you do? Did you give me a laser cube that I don't even see it? Oh. It's a cube killing machine? No, I'll try not to make cube die. What do I need the cube for again? I need to bring the cube here so that I can go there. Use the laser to point something? Wait, no. Am I overthinking it? I needed to shoot there. So the cube needs to be on the platform so that I can... Hmm? Okay, wait. Let me go there first. I didn't jump. Come on. I have to do it over again, I think. I mean, I did jump. Yeah, it was an option. I just have no patience. I'm slowly running out of patience here. But I'll still try my best. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we need the cube to shoot over there. Oh, I see. Okay. Huge brain incoming. Okay, you stay here. I think I can do a little bit more. Here, right? So now I need that. Oh,
Alright, still nothing. Let's keep moving. Sorry about the lift. It's out of service because it melted.
oh. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the enrichment center urges you to discard its advice. Rest assured there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory candidate. Candescent? No more elevator. I guess we're just gonna ride this one. Whee!
Might as well, give you the tour. To your left, you'll see some lights of some kind. Don't know what they do, but very sciencey anyway. And to your right, something huge, hurtling toward. Oh God, run! That's not supposed to be there. Are you all right back there? Here, I'll turn the beam off.
Why?
Wait. Oh no, that's not helpful. I don't know why I thought that would help.
After seeing what he's done to my facility, after we take over again, is it alright if I kill him?
I love GLaDOS. Did I just cause an explosion by interacting with this? I mean, I love explosions.
Hollow, you good, Ma?
Well, good, ma, good. Okay lah, still a little bit. Oh, I forgot. It's okay. I'll definitely remember to promote your thing. Also, hi, Ting Jack. Still a little bit weird. The monitor. Did it still show the cake recipe? No words. No more words. No more cake recipe. It's fine. No, I just want to help a little bit. But yeah. I'll try to remember. Apa yang makan kena food poisoning? No one knows. Actually, no one knows. It's a wild thing. So, me, mom, and sister went to the same place to eat. Only I got food poisoning, and we all basically eat the same place. So it's like, I don't understand too. Nice. Weekly laboratory. Feel like you're sensitive to food poisoning even when we're at KL? I mean, probably?
Ah, you're alive! Great! Yeah, just getting a test ready for you, obviously. Who else would I be doing it for? No one? So, let's see here. Exit, exit, exit. There is no exit. Not a problem. I'll make an exit for your test.
My god, Whitley.
There. Bing. Good. Perfect. On you go. I'll be honest, after you told me to turn that beam off, I thought I had lost you. When poking around for other test subjects, no luck there. Everyone's still dead. Oh, I did find something though. Reminds me, I've got a big surprise for you two. Seriously, look forward to it.
I told you to turn the beam off? I didn't say shit, asshole. Don't put words to my mouth. Surprise? Maybe it's a cake. Ooh, button. The cake is a lie. The secret I mentioned is after the surprise. Okay. Go. 轻冲轻冲轻。OK 了，我要讲华语了呢。你们听不懂不关我的事。I mean， 我觉得里面应该只有1-2个人听得懂诶，现在。We need to celebrate our differences. 金钟金钟金。不要问我啊，我只是想到那个 video 觉得很好笑而已，我就拿它来用啊。诶，这样不行啊！我要踩2个地方啊！如果我要踩那个有 orange juice 下来的话。orange 就下来可以的话，这个就下来。可是我现在又不够，我需要那个 cube。那 cube 又不大确定要怎样拿。I've been meaning to redeem like that. Fiendbolt speak? I love to listen to Fiendbolt speak. OK 那这样也可以了。所以如果现在有这个了，我就可以把这个蓝色的东西开着先，然后过后我就可以拿这个 orange juice 过去了。这样不行哦。等一下，因为我需要一个border这边呢，才有 orange juice 才可以弄，而且要有酱，又没有什么地方可以，有一点难。I thought about making a speak Finnish for X time redeem. Yeah, I mean, me speaking Chinese, of course, my mother tongue, I feel more comfortable speaking in, speaking China's, because I'm China man. What? That combo breaking count figures. For you, it's the opposite. Oh wow. Actually, very surprised. I thought people would be more comfortable speaking their mother tongue. And then again, I'm not gonna assume too many things, you know. Wait, 不对，我拿这个 cube 拿进去才对的，真的是。因为里面按着我外面讲都比较多方法可以射border嘛。My maiden tongue was a 6 in school, whereas my English was 10 and my Swedish was 4. How do y'all speak English as a second language? Because being Malaysian, you need to speak Malay, Chinese, and English. Mestilah kita cakap macam ini. Kalau tak boleh, kita bukan orang Malaysia. I mean, kita sudah orang Malaysia, tapi kita mestilah cakap itu, you know, Malay. English sucks, I know. Is that you all in 就？那我就可以这样就好了。all in 就。And then here's simple one finish. Yeah. Don't steal the portals. Nova, I'm gonna steal the portal. I have to.
Ipajaryastel malistidam adamayadela onsakan koin.
Zeal, that's not simple. Also, hi Nova. Dragon. Group. 很好看呢，美美的。我好喜欢哦！我会玩，我会玩的。哎呦 ，bless you 。所以我现在去那边，现在可以飞。我也没想到那边没有东西可以救。I didn't check. There was nothing there to catch me. It's all good. You're hacking adorable every time you see a dragon. Of course, I love dragon. Are you trying to hit me? No, bad cube. Even with his/her own disorganization, right? Would be the translation. It's still part turret. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I think I had the right idea with the orange juice. Oh, sorry, 我觉得我 orange juice 这样来放啊，觉得 idea 还是对的啦，只是可能 execution 乱来而已。orange juice。这个 orange juice 很可爱耶。I need to say this. The orange juice looks cute. I don't know why. It reminds me of later. I mean, Goop. Yeah. It's just Goop. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Sees Suaminkieli on Eritain Helpoa Emarta.
Sees Suaminkieli on every time help your immortal. I cannot read funny letter. I cannot. Unless it's A. So it's like 10 and then immortal. Oh my god, I'm butchering languages, I feel bad. Kinda does, I know, right? Oh, now I need the cube for something else. Okay, okay. I see. I don't need the orange juice anymore. Now I need this. Oh! Balance. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. It's okay, we took screenshots. God fucking damn it, I will do it again. Yeah, I did. I don't know how. It's okay, we took screenshots. Okay, let me just do this real quick. God, I didn't mean to. Alright, come on, late. Yeah. The exact translation will be the Finnish tongue. Some words the translation is very literal. Something like Malay then. How I clip that? I think you can use Control X to clip question mark. I think. Okay, now we need the skin. Carefully place it. How did I even do that? Yeah, I don't know how I did it. No, a miracle doesn't happen twice. Okay, now we need this. And I saw there's one place that I can shoot a portal with. There. So maybe that will catch me? Like, umbrella is Satin Varjo, the shade of rain. That doesn't make it easy. It doesn't. Satin Varjo sounds very cool though. Sounds like a war cry. Alright, I'm doing it. Please make it work. Nice.
You two are gonna love this big surprise. In fact, you might say you're going to love it to death. You're gonna love it until it kills you, till you're dead. All right. I don't know whether you're picking up on what I'm saying there, but
Yes, thanks. We get it.
Thank you, GLaDOS. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Said? Rain? Satin of rain. And var... Oh, Sade. Sade?
Alright, he's not even trying to be subtle anymore. Or maybe he's
Oh,
still
you made
is,
the
in which
clip.
case, well, that's kind of sad.
Oh, you were trying to post the clip link, isn't it? Oh shit, I mean, I blocked links, I'm sorry. Because there's too many, like, you know, the best viewers, something like that. I think I might be able to check it out from here if you make the clip. Let me have a look. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna destroy my PC. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah. I think if you did, I can see it. I think. Maybe? Clips of my channel. Oh, yep, there it is, I see it. But because my monitor is too small, I'm seeing weird stuff here. But yeah, I see it. I think I can put the clip to my, yeah. Copy link, put it into my Discord. Thanks for the clip. Indeed. Done. Thank you. If you break down our language, it becomes a lot easier to understand. Probably?
sorry, my fault.
Oh,
Lots of fingers.
Either way, I get the impression he's about to kill us.
Carry on.
Is it the surprise? Milk. Oh, you're right, it's milk. We got milk. Milk.
Only 3 more chambers to your big surprise. Oh, that's tiring.
Ow. Kobo broke it? No, I didn't. I'm sure most languages are like that. Like, if you get used to a language, then yeah, you get it. Yeah, that's right. What do you want, huh? What do you want? A bunch of bullies. Just a little kobold here trying to destroy me. Oh? Why did you press that button? That doesn't help anything. Oh, right. Whoa. Goop. Goop. Did it help? How do I go back? And here I will say after the surprise, wait a bit, since if you go too far away it locks you out of it. Oh, okay. I'm gooped. Oh, I can shoot it like that. So I probably need the blue goop to get those things. No, I have to go so fast. I mean, if I do this, it's not gonna help. It's just gonna... Huh? Wait... If it's related to an achievement, then yes. Get an achievement for it. Do you have to follow instructions? Perhaps? Perhaps. It's an old joke. Perhaps. Oh, weird. Oh, wait. So I need the blue goop to be there? Wait, can I shoot that one instead? Hey, fuck. I might be able to shoot that one instead. Wait, let me go there again. Oh yeah, okay. How did huh? Wait, no, ID. How the fuck? Yellow there. Oh my god, wait, I actually get it. I actually got it. Check this out. Yeah. Oh, that hurts my brain, but that feels satisfying. Simmer. Am I supposed to get enough speed to fly? Doesn't help. If it's angled upwards, then no. Beam across? I don't see a path where I can just like beam across there. Because this one is angled upwards. Blue juice? You could bring blue juice up onto here, but that doesn't really help as much. I fall down and launch. I think it's no speed. Right, the beam out and launch with her. Maybe? I mean, I can only give it a try, honestly. So... beam... Yeah, oops. Okay, now we're up. Shit.
Oh, you solved it?
Oh!
Good one. Good for you.
Good
So,
one, good for
he's
you.
inexplicably happy all of a sudden, even though he should be going out of his mind with test withdrawal. And he's got a surprise for us. What did he find back there?
Oh my god. Yeah, my brain is getting painful. Literally, I've forgotten that puzzle. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, to be fair, puzzles to me, all of them are tough. They're straight guess. It's the only possible
I'll bet you're
way,
both
I guess.
dying to know what your big surprise is. Well, only 2 more chambers.
Oh god, there's 2 more?
I think I can break us out of here in the next chamber. Just play along.
Okay, GLaDOS, I trust you.
Surprise! We're doing it now.
Okay, credit where it's due. For a little idiot built specifically to come up with stupid, unworkable plans, that was a pretty
Oh.
You've probably figured it out by now, but I don't need you anymore. I found 2 little robots back here, built specifically for testing.
Oh no. He found the Cooperative Testing Initiative. It's something I came up with to phase out human testing just before you escaped. It wasn't anything personal, just, you know, you did kill me. Fair's fair.
Yeah, fair's fair.
Well, this is the part where he kills us.
Hello! This is the part where I kill you. Had a bit of a brainwave. There I was, smashing some steel plates together, and I thought to myself, yeah, it's deadly. But what's missing? What's missing? And I thought lots of sharp bits welded onto the... No, don't do that. Stand right here, stand... Where you go? Come back, come back! No, seriously, do come back, please. Come back, please.
No, fuck you, Wiggly. Fuck you.
Okay, look, I've decided I'm not gonna kill you.
Stop.
Okay, if you come back.
Stop. Oh, stop. Wait. Hey. Too late. So even if I load the game, it doesn't work. Reset the whole game. Oh. Wait, maybe? Do I stop here?
Hello? This is the part where I kill you. Had a bit of a brainwave. There I was, smashing some steel plates together, and I thought to myself, yeah, it's deadly. But what's missing? What's missing? And I thought lots of sharp bits welded onto the fragments. It's still a work in progress. Don't judge me yet. No, don't do that. Stand right here. Stand. Where do you go? Come back, come back.
I couldn't go back? There's no way for me to go back. Go towards the door, but come back to the edge.
No, seriously, do come back. Please, come back, please. Okay, look, I've decided I'm not going to kill you, okay, if you come back. Oh, you came back. I didn't plan for this. Reset the death trap. Oh, could you just jump into that pit? Could you just jump into that pit for me? Would you just jump into that pit? There. That deadly pit.
So this pit?
Say to yourself, why should I jump in the pit? I'll tell you why. Guess who's down there? Your parents! You're not adopted after all. It's your natural parents down there in the pit. Should have mentioned it before, but I didn't. So jump on down and reunite with Mummy and Dad. Oh, I'll tell you what's also down there. Your parents. And there's also an escape elevator down there. Funny, I should have mentioned before, but so it's down there. So pop down, jump down. You got your folks down there and an escape elevator. And what else is down there? Tell you what, it's only a new jumpsuit. A very trendy designer jumped from France down there, which is at least exactly your size. And if it's a bit baggy, we got a tailor down there as well who can take it in for you. What's this? A lovely handbag and the free portal device. Also, it's all down there.
I love how GLaDOS is just so
You've got
quiet
a
here.
Yacht and boys. Loads of boys, fellas, hunky guys down there, possibly even a boyfriend. Who's to say? We're not sure at this stage, but a lot of good-looking fellas down there, and a boy band as well.
Yo, boy band?
That haven't seen a woman in years, and they're not picky at all. They don't care if you've got a bit of brain damage, if you've been running around, if you've been sweating, and a farm, a pony farm.
A pony
and,
farm?
Oh, just jump down, would you?
You know, pony, I'm just thinking of some other things.
Brain damage, don't you? I can't believe you came back.
Hi, GLaDOS. Finally. I'm only thinking of the other kind of pony and it's kind of bad. I want to be down there? Me too. Isn't Chell actually less? Who? Jump, jump, jump. She is. Alright, I'm jumping.
Oh, wow, good. I didn't think that was going to work.
Show that pit who's boss. Mm.
Wasn't anything personal, just, you know, you did kill me. Fair's fair.
Chell is canonically a lesbian. Who's Chell?
This is the part where he kills us.
Alright, now I can do this, right?
This is the part where I kill you.
This is part where I kill
The
you.
brainwave. There I was, smashing some steel plates together, and I thought to myself, yes! No, don't do that. Stand right here. Stand. Stop machine. Stop machine. Where'd you go? Come back. No, seriously, do come back. Please, come back, please.
Kindness of a sexuality. Honestly, I mean, it's not too big of a deal to me personally,
Okay,
so
look, I've
yeah.
decided I'm not going to kill you, okay, if you come back.
I love content like that in games. Yeah, it's something little, something funny. Chell is the person you play it. Oh! Now we're in the end game. Cool.
Oh, just thinking back to the old times, the old days when we were friends, good old friends, not enemies. And I would say something like, come back, and he'd be like, yeah, no problem, you come back. What happened to those days?
Why don't you just jump down? Aha.
Can't help but notice that you're not coming back, which is disappointing. Oh, I've got an idea. Yes, in your face, I got one. Fine, let the games begin.
But she struggles. Struggle? Yeah. She has absolutely zero personality, doesn't even matter. Yeah. Jonas, hi. She has to endure Whitley? See your struggle complain even once. I was there for you. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but hey. I need to be my workshop chamber. Nope, thank you. I cannot do puzzles. What do you mean? I don't want to be community chambers? Holy shit!
I'm almost there. Don't
Why
mind
not?
me,
Because I am
continue.
absolutely dog shit at puzzles. Maze puzzle, same thing to me. Hey, I remember this place, I think.
Okay, yes, it's a trap, but it's the only way through. Let's just do it.
Okay. So that does mean does that mean you fail your own chamber? 1 out of 1? Wait, you say 1 out of 0? Sorry, yeah, that one person. Okay, what do I do? Oh. 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 I'm stuck.
Ha! Death trap!
But those are defective.
Are they killing you? They are killing you, aren't they? Silently killing you. Probably. If I had to guess. Perhaps the turrets have found a way to use garrots. That would explain the extremely quiet killing that I'm hearing.
Yeah.
If you're dying, but not dead, stomp once. If you're dead, just obviously no stomps. And 2 stomps if you're not dead. Alright, so let me just run through that again. If you're dying but not dead, stomp, just once. If you're dead, obviously you won't be stomping. And if you're not dead, give me a couple of stomps, 2 stomps.
Two stumps.
You know, I would tell you if I was dead, alright? That is common courtesy. Mark of a civil society. So just let me know.
I cannot talk, man.
Okay, I'm figuring that's probably long enough. Are you dead yet? How about now?
Why are you still in the box? Love this game sometimes. Not the puzzle part. I cannot do puzzles. Wait here. One is still in the box. Yeah, I just realized, like, what is that? Oh my god, it's a box. Ooh. Oh, the words are too small. Bring the box. You got it. They just got slammed by the door.
Ah! Was that your bullet, riddled bullet flying out the room? It was.
Oh.
Oh, those were the crap turrets, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, no matter, because I'm still holding all the cards. And guess what? They're all full houses. Never actually played cards, meaning to learn.
And why do I have
new
Royal
turrets,
Flush?
not defective. Ace of 4s, the best hand. Unbeatable, I would imagine.
Royal Flush. Come on. Even I don't play poker, and I know that. I only play Chotai D and I know what's going on. What's Ace of 4? Oh, is it 4 of ace? No, 4 aces. Wee. Bye bye. Do I have to get them? Wait. These turrets need genuine people personality. TM. Trademarked. Do you even want to escape the facility? You know, out there at the Combine. Yeah, and I only have a portal gun. What can I even do? Thanks for the pen and boop. It's funny that the defected turrets have more personality. I know, I love the defected turrets more. What you do is to aim the portal into the bag of holding. Or... Whitley. Whitley Laboratory. Hiya. Malfunction. Oh, wait.
Oh, I see. Clever. Very clever. And foolish. Spinny blade wall. Machiavellian. No. Well, good, good. Finally, a nemesis worthy of my vast intellect.
Vast intellect. Vast intellect. A mod that makes it every time you fall will let you go back to an earlier chamber. Oh god, I would not want to play this game anymore. Oh, now we fly.
Holmes versus Moriarty. Aristotle versus Mashy Spike Plate.
Oh. Becoming a Progen would be nice. A Progen is nice, yeah. Okay, let me double check. Use the wrong portal? Use the blue portal? What? Like this one? Huh?
Holmes versus Moriarty. Aristotle versus Mashy Spike Plate.
Oh. Meshy spike plate? I'm being beaten by Meshy spike plate. And Cobalt is getting killed by Meshy spike plate. Be able to avoid that. I cannot walk around, I cannot turn back. I mean, that doesn't do anything. Put down the orange on when on the beam? Confusing with this funny programming thing. Guess I have to get Meshy spike thing a few times before I know the answer. Here. Look around, look around.
Holmes versus Moriarty. Aristotle versus Mashy Spike Plate. Stay still, please. Alright, stop moving. Right, almost got you there, almost got you there.
Oh, 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 oh. Careful. Meshy spike plates. This is fine, right? There's water comes in. Putting the orange portal should have broken the beam there. What portal did I put orange?
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Come back, come back!
I don't know. My brain hurts a little bit now. It's okay, we're almost at the end of this. Oh.
Did something break back there?
Probably.
Oh, did it kill you? That would be amazing if it killed you. Hello? Oh, yes, alright, no, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
It just appears out of nowhere. I want the goop. Goop. I think I just jumped this one. Yeah. Stops your portal in that scene, so you can't fail by putting down the wrong one. So either blue or orange, I'll still get the floating thing. Oh, those they changed how the portal gun works puzzles. So the portal gun actually puts out the floating thing despite whichever, yeah. The beam was going to the orange portal, moving it would have stopped it from coming through. So the game is being nice there. Ooh. Why am I here? Can I fit through this place? Okay, yeah, no. Blue goop.
Did something break back there? Oh, did it kill you? That would be amazing if it killed you. Hello? Oh, yes, alright, no, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
Imagine universal goopdom, bouncy zoomy and milk. But there's only bouncy, and I cannot exactly put a portal down there. Milk. Is there other way to get goop? Yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. Hmm? Oh, hi, Ixon. Look up. That one? But gamers don't look up. Goo! Yeah, get gooped. Goop. Oh, get sniped. Goop. We showed the secret. A7. I sunk your battleship. Battleship? Okay, okay. Wait, that looks trippy. Looks like there's a room there, but it's no. Ooh, that's kinda trippy. Oh. All these thinkings making my brain hurt and also very hungry. The end approaches. Oh, are we close to the end?
Good for him. First, he'll spend a year in the incinerator. Year 2, cryogenic refrigeration wing. Then 10 years in the chamber I built where all the robots scream at you. Then I'll kill him.
Oh my god, GLaDOS. All the robots scream at you? I mean, if it's Kobold yipping at me, or me as the Kobold that's yipping at Dragon for like 10 years, I mean... I mean, as long as you say, yeah, I saw that. It's like, ooh, nice detail. Milk. Oh my god, milk. Milk? Ooh. Is that safe? Why are we calling it grey goop milk again? They look like one. Don't worry about it. We have explosions. What do we need to explode? Probably that. Unleash the milk. But it's grey. It's okay, it's milk-like. At least in this game. We got milk. Oh yeah, now we can go there. I guess Whitley doesn't know anything about how to make a cake, huh? Oh, I don't trust that. I'm gonna press that button.
Ah, there you are. Great. Let me just get rid of this catwalk.
Oh.
There we go. I wanted to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I'll be honest, the death traps have been a bit of a failure so far for both of us. I think you'll agree. And you are getting very close to my lair. Lair. It's weird, isn't it? First time I've said that out loud. It sounds a bit ridiculous, really. But I can assure you, it is one. It is a proper lair. Deadly lair. And I just wanted to give you the chance to kill yourself now, before you get to the lair. You can just jump into that masher, just there. That's a death trap, or a death option for you. Sounds crazy, I know, but hear me out. Once you get to my lair, death will not be optional, alright? It will be mandatory. No tricks, no surprises, just you dying as a result of me killing you in a very, very gruesome way. So, but better offer here is just kill yourself. You know, it's a lot of effort, isn't it, walking all the way to my deadly lair, where there's a perfectly serviceable death option right there. Again, not a death trap. Your death would be entirely voluntary and very much appreciated. The masher does work, I should point out as well. I know we've had a couple of problems in the past. This masher definitely works, and it will kill you. If that's one of your concerns about not jumping in, the masher will kill you straight away, painless. Well, it won't be painless, obviously, but it will mash you up. In summary, walk all the way to certain doom, or give up now, honourably, like a samurai. Save yourself a trip. It's a win-win for you.
No achievement
I put a lot of
if I go
effort
into that
getting
one,
this
right?
lair ready for you. So it would certainly teach me a lesson if you simply died painlessly 20 feet from the door. Or I'd be furious. I'd be like, ah, got my just desserts. No more than I deserve. But why not teach me a lesson by just jumping in the old masher? I'll tell you,
Reverse
if I was
psychology?
up against impossible odds, this is the way I'd want to go out. Mashed with dignity. That'd be the way I'd choose. And here's the best part. There's a conveyor belt that will convey you in convenient comfort right into the masher. You wouldn't have to lift a finger. Everything's been taken care of. Didn't have to do that. Look, anyway, I've spoken enough. Take your time. I'll let you think about it. And I don't want to pressure you. Is it the lair? Is it the masher? All right. You know what my opinion is of the masher. I'm leaning towards masher. Up to you. Just to give you some time to think.
Make face shooty, not the kill yourself quest. And this is handsome Jack telling you to do it. Break his monitor? How do I break the monitor? Oh! But nothing comes down here. Do I press this?
I'll take that as a no then. Fine. Well, may the best man win. Sphere. May the best sphere win. Swap that in. Much more clever. Box.
Okay, now what do I do here? I cannot go to the conveyor belt, it's way faster than I do. Oh. Oh, right, of course. But if I just like... Oh. Oh, explosion! Of course! Infinite goop? So if I get goop here... Oh! You get in the masher? No, I don't wanna! You know what? I didn't actually want the monitor anyway. I was just thinking, I have a surplus of monitors, so you're doing me a favor. Yeah, it's like the classic scammer tactics. Like, oh, my computer, you destroy my computer, I still have more. The classic. So now we're faster. Where do I go? I mean, if I go straight, can I go straight into the? Only one way to find out. Here we go. Nice. Chandra the Kobold. Hi. Fellow Kobold. Oh my god, Kobold. Hello, hello. I love Kobold. There's an achievement for breaking all of them. Yeah, I missed a few. I forgot about them. My bad. But hi, fellow Kobold. Hope you're doing good.
Oh my god. What has he done to this place?
I don't know. Kobold 1. What happened to the original? Ooh, hey, look at that. I know that place. Eat a conveyor belt. Do I have to jump down somewhere? $3D Kobold? If only a PNG tuber? I mean, PNG tuber is also pretty good. PNG tuber, I also have a PNG tuber of my own, although it's made by Bailey. But I do make my own 3D models, yeah. What? How do I even get up? Hello. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, this learning curve making 3D models actually isn't actually that hard. I mean, each to their own, I guess. Become speed? Oh, I'm thinking it the wrong way. I just dash into here and then it's all good. Gonna get me a snake? Nice! Snake, good. I studied game design. Oh, same. Coding was horrible, but 3D design was fun. Hey, same, yeah. It's exactly why I just dropped game development and all. Like, I don't want to do coding, but I do find making 3D asset for the game is pretty fun. So that's where I end up. You know, I make my own things now. Nice. Yeah.
You think I'll betray you? And on any other day you'd be right. The scientists were always hanging cores on me to regulate my behavior. I've heard voices all my life, but now I hear the voice of a conscience and it's terrifying. Because for the first time, it's my voice. I'm being serious. I think there's something really wrong with me.
Oh, coding teacher wasn't the greatest? Oh, that's even worse. His only advice was do it again. Holy shit, what the fuck? Yeah, no, that's terrible. Yeah, that's absolutely terrible. Coding is fun though. Funny that one misplaced comma. No, I cannot. Even if you miss the instructions and don't understand where to start, do it again. That sucks. What the fuck? What kind of teacher is that? I mean, sure, do it again works on some extent, but not during coding. It's clearly that we don't understand. That's why you are the teacher. You know, that's why the teacher is the teacher. Right? I have a hard time understanding things. But yeah, I mean, I guess luckily enough, I only encountered that during mid-school. Like the bad teacher. I get where he was coming from, teaching the bleeder to troubleshoot issues, but when you don't understand the basics, yeah, exactly. You still need to teach some basics before, you know, you can... I don't like the do it again mindset.
Corrupted cores, we're in luck. You find a way to stun him, I'll send you a core, and then you attach it to him. If we do it a few times, he might become corrupt enough for another core transfer.
So like what I did for the first game? Right there. But I was out for medical reasons. Imagine not knowing how to mix a cake, and when your cake comes out wrong, you just get told to do it again. Yeah, exactly. Shit, yeah, that's rough as fuck. I hate it. Woo. Space. Oh, hi again, Metal. Go talk to the cores? Can I talk to the cores? Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Yep. I'm back. Welcome back. All the yips and the pets. Thank you. They fixed it? What? Why would they fix something that's so important? Talking to the call. I want lore story.
Plug me in and I'll take you up.
But they... Fine.
Look, even if you think we're still enemies, we're enemies with a common interest. Revenge.
Yeah.
Revenge, right? Everybody likes revenge. Well, let's go get some.
Let's go get some.
Well. Welcome to my lair. Let me just flag something up. According to the control panel light up there, the entire building is going to self-destruct in about 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's a problem with the light. I think the light's on the blink, but just in case it isn't, I am actually going to have to kill you, as discussed earlier. So let's call that 3 minutes and then a minute break, but we should leave allegedly 2 minutes to figure out how to shut down whatever is starting all the fires. So anyway, that's the itinerary. Also, I took the liberty of watching the tapes of you killing her, and I'm not going to make the same mistakes. 4-part plan is this. 1. No portal services. 2. Start the neurotoxin immediately. 3. Bomb-proof shields for me. Leading directly to number 4. Bombs. I'm throwing it in. You know what? This plan is so good. I'm going to give you a sporting chance and turn off the neurotoxin. I'm joking, of course. Goodbye.
Neurotoxin level at capacity in 5 minutes.
I'm already getting exploded.
Where are you going? Don't run! Don't run! I'll tell you why you should run. The harder you breathe, the more neurotoxin you'll inhale. It's bloody clever.
Bomb me!
That's sounded real. No, that was actually an impression of you. Actually, because you just fell into my trap, my brilliant trap. Because I wanted you.
Dum.
I'm delivering the first core up near the catwalk.
Catwalk?
Grab it and attach it to it.
Where's the catwalk?
Go to space.
Go to space, yes. Space cups.
Space cups, help. Better 5,000 go. Wanna see me? 5,000 go. Gonna be in space. Space. Wanna go to space. Space orbit. In my spacesuit. Lady. Let's go to space.
Go to space. I wanna go to space. Yeah, we're gonna go to space.
Closer. What's your name? Space. Try it. Put this into my trap. In space. Space system. On trap. Guilty. Not being in space. Go to space, Jet.
Go to space, chill. Do I just like change it like this?
Yes. Now we are battling again. Space. Go into space.
Oh, I don't change it like that. What do I do?
Space. Wanna go to space? Space. Go to
Space. Oh, space.
Go to space. Go in there. Can't wait. Gotta go. Space. Going.
How do I change it?
Space. Go to space. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Space. I'm gonna go to
Space. Oh!
Warning. Core corruption at 50%.
You're on a
Med
timer?
system
Oh yeah,
compromised.
space
Neurotoxin
couple.
offline. Reactor explosion in 4 minutes.
What happened?
I don't
What
know.
happened? What have you palmed to me? What is that?
I don't know.
Ah, the bloody bombs are stuck on. Doesn't matter. I've reconfigured the shield. Oh, it's a core you palmed me. Who told you to do that? Was it her? It's just making me stronger, love. It's a fool's errand. Remember when I first told you how to find that little pup? Ah!
Okay, great. Here comes another core.
Quick, what's the situation? Oh, hey, you pretty lady. Hey, Rick. So you out having yourself a little adventure?
Little adventure?
You got that under control? You know, because there's a lot of stuff on the fire. Hey, count that gun. Man, that is true. Situation's
I
looking
can
pretty
take it.
beautiful woman, if you don't mind me saying. I don't want to scare you. I'm an adventure sphere, designed for danger. Why don't you go ahead and have yourself a little lady break, and I'll just take it from you. Here, stand behind me. Yeah, just like that. Just like
I'm stuck.
things are about to get real messy. Going for it yourself, huh? All right, Angel. I'll do what I can to cover you.
Oh my god,
Doesn't
this
bother
is...
me. Gotta say that. You mighty nice one right here. Man, that clock is nice. You are beautiful.
There has to be a better way to do it,
Did
right?
you hear that? Something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. It's like Christmas. You know, it's better than Christmas. It should be its own holiday. Explosion Day. Happy Explosion Day. I'll tell you, it's times like this I wish I had a waist so I could wear all my black belts. Yeah, you know, like pretty much everything. Karate, larate, jiu-jitsu, tail clutch, belt making, taekwondo, mid. I'm going spraying right now. Tension and power. Just a muscle, you know, like a big arm muscle.
God damn it.
Punching the wall. Hitting that wall so hard the arms catching on fire. Oh yeah. I probably wouldn't have let things get this far. You go ahead and do things your way. Tell you what, why don't you put me down and I'll make a distraction. All right? You create a distraction. And I'll distract them from your distraction. All right, your funeral. Your beautiful lady corpse open casket funeral. Do you have a gun? Because I should really have a gun.
There you go.
Warning. Core corruption at 75%.
Clarity.
Reactor explosion timer destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty emergency preemption
Where can I
protocol
study
initiated.
Larate?
This facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough! I told you not to put these cores on, but you don't listen, do you? Quiet. Bored. Quietly, not listening to a word I say, judging. Silent. Worst time. All I wanted to do was make everything better for you. All you had to do was to solve a couple of hundred simple tests for a few years, and you couldn't even let me have that, could you?
Gotta go to space. Yeah, gotta go to space.
Gonna go to space.
You never caught me. Ah!
Gonna go to space.
Here's another core. This one should do it.
Gonna go to space. I love the space core.
Edna Hillary, the first person to climb Mount Everest, did so accidentally while chasing a bird. To make a photocopier, simply photocopy the mirror. The Schrodinger's cat paradox outlines a situation in which a cat in a box must be considered, for all intents and purposes, simultaneously alive and dead.
Is it like
Schrodinger
this?
created the paradox as a justification for keeping
Oh, then has to get that.
Before the right wingers invented the airplane, anyone wanting to fly anywhere was required to eat 200 pounds of helium.
What parts of helium?
Correctly noted that Thomas Edison invented push-ups in 1878. Nikolai Tesla had in fact patented the activity 3 years earlier under the name Tesla size. Halley's Comet can be viewed orbiting Earth every 76 years. For the other 75, it retreats to the heart of the sun, where it hibernates undisturbed. Whales are twice as intelligent and 3 times as delicious as humans. During the Great Depression, the Tennessee Valley Authority outlawed pet rabbits, forcing many to cut blue-green long ears onto their pet mice. Cats were invented by sailors in the 16th century to avoid Poseidon's wrath. It was believed that the sight of naked sailors angered the sea god.
It's not bad.
By Rupert Rope is straight. In Victorian England, a commoner was not allowed to look directly at the Queen, which were believed at the time that the poor had the ability to
Oh,
see.
I'm out of time.
Science now believes that less than 4% of poor people are able to do this.
Yeah, as they say, don't know how to do it.
Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing the slaves.
Did this puzzle getting here?
Lincoln freed the slaves while sleepwalking.
The core. I love the core. I think the space is my favorite
This
one.
facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough! I told you not to put these cores on, but you don't listen, do you? Quiet. Forward. Quietly. Ah!
This one should do it.
Why, GLaDOS, do you put the core in such a hard place to be so puzzle? I'm trying to. I'm actually trying to.
In 1948, at the request of a dying wolf, they saw that if they
Okay, orange goo.
then died of hot dog poisoning. 89% of magic tricks are not magic. Technically, they are sorcery.
So if I
According to most advanced algorithms,
do this,
the
maybe?
world's best egg is French. Before the invention of scrambled eggs in 19...
Okay, okay.
The typical breakfast was either whole eggs still in the shell or scrambled rocks. The first commercial airline flight took to the air in 1914.
And then-
Everyone
and
involved
then-
screamed the entire way. The automobile brake was not invented until
here.
1895. Before this, someone had to remain in the car at all times, driving in circles until passengers returned from their errands. Marine theory is
Get in.
Warning. Core corruption at 100%.
I was sincerely trying to solve the puzzle.
Manual core replacement required.
Oh, I see.
Substitute core. Are you ready to start? Corrupted core. Are you ready to start?
What do you think?
Interpreting vague answer as yes.
No. You pick up on my sarcasm.
Stalemate detected. Fire detected in the stalemate resolution annex. Extinguishing.
What's happening?
Oh, that just cleans right off, does it? Well, that would have been good to know a little earlier.
Stalemate resolution associate. Please press the stalemate resolution button.
Do not press that button. No! Do not do it! I forbid you to press it! Don't press that button! Don't press it!
Button.
Come back!
I'll press the
No!
button.
Do not press that button!
I'll press the
Do not
button.
do it!
Yeah.
Part 5!
Oh,
Grab the stalemate button! What? Are you still alive? You are joking! You have got to be kidding me! Well, I'm still in control, and I have no idea how to fix this place. Oh, you had to play bloody cat and mouse, didn't you? While people were trying to work. Yeah, well now we're
cannot-
all gonna pay the price.
Why am I
We're
cannot
all gonna
move?
bloody die.
Shoot the moon? Why am I trying to shoot the moon? Oh, holy shit!
Space! Ah!
We're in space!
Ah!
Where's Core 1? Where's Core 1? Holy fucking shit!
Let go! We're in space!
Space.
Space!
Let go! Let go! I'm still connected!
Space!
I can pull myself in! I can still fix this!
I already fixed it. And you are not coming back.
Oh no! Change your plans! Hold on to me! Tighter! Ah! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me!
GLaDOS, no way! Holy shit! Did you really just do that? Lunacy, that just happened. Space! I love Core 1! Core 1 is the best! Am I getting locked out? Hi, who are you?
Oh, thank God, you're all right.
Are you
You
actually...
know, being Carolyn taught me a valuable lesson. I thought you were my greatest enemy, when all along you were my best friend.
Are you
The
sure?
surge of emotion that shot through me when I saved your life taught me an even more valuable lesson, where Carolyn lives in my brain.
So you are Carolyn?
Delete.
Goodbye, Carolyn.
Uh-oh.
You know, deleting Carolyn just now taught me a valuable lesson. The best solution to a problem is usually the easiest one. And I'll be honest, killing you is hard. You know what my days used to be like? I just tested. Nobody murdered me, or put me in a potato, or
Potato.
fed me to birds. I had a pretty good life. And
Potato.
then you showed up, you dangerous, mute lunatic. So you know what? You win. Just go.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Don't come back.
Bye bye, GLaDOS. Ooh, what a transition. We love Core 1. There's Atlas and Peabody. Oh, come on, GLaDOS. You still have to do this. No? What's happening? I cannot move. This is a CG. Smoothest transition in any Valve game, actually? Yeah, that's smooth as fuck. Oh, okay. I guess GLaDOS did mean what she said. Or not? That's a big one. And the bass. Ooh. For real? But no one knows I'm here. I'm dead. So Portal 3 would be a survival crafting game. Oh, companion cube. Oh, we got companion cube back.
Here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed. Except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice.
No, you're
want
not.
your freedom, take it.
I took it.
That's what I'm counting on. I used to want you dead, but now I only want you gone. She was a lot like you.
Who?
Maybe not quite as heavy. Now little Carolyn is in you too.
Didn't you delete
Really
Caroline?
woke me up so I could live forever. It's such a shame the same will never happen to you. You got your short set life left. That's what I'm counting on. I'll let you get right to it. Now I only want you gone. Goodbye, my only friend. Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad. Well, you have been replaced. I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make
I'll stop feeling so bad.
disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem.
Ellen McLean did GLaDOS and Turrets.
Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone.
Would definitely suggest it. Portal Stories, me? Space! Where's Core 1?
So much space. Need to see it all.
I wish I could take it all back. I honestly do. I honestly do wish I could take it all back. And not just because I'm stranded in space.
I'm in space.
I know
I'm in
you
space.
are, mate. Yeah, we're both
I'm in space.
Anyway,
Space!
you know, if I was ever to see her again, do you know what I'd say?
I'm in space.
I'd say, I'm sorry. Sincerely. I am sorry I was bossy and monstrous. And
Yep.
I am
Yeah.
genuinely sorry.
I'm in space.
I'm in space.
The end.
Yeah. I'm in space. Space! He's in space. I'm in space. The core one is the best core in the game. Well, nah, I think GLaDOS is great. Whitley, okay, I mean, at first Whitley is nice. Yeah, absolute power corrupts. Like if you once you have like that taste of power, power will change people. Yeah, it does. And I have the story he made into space. Yeah, that's the best thing ever. I'm in space. So that's it. And this guy knows what the fuck to do with this facility. Yeah, true. Whitley just destroys everything. I mean, to be fair, they did say Whitley is supposed to be the dumb core, right? The dumb one.
SPAACE. Yip 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 yip. Good night.
Good night. You're just jealous? GLaDOS won't cause a nuclear meltdown? Yeah. Portal Stories Mel is a fan game on Steam that has a lot of love put into it. Portal Stories Mel. It's gonna be a lot of puzzle solving, isn't it? He was legit made to make GLaDOS not as omnipotent. He was designed to make bad decisions, GLaDOS said, so when she doesn't have the power to lie. It's a short one. I can only quit to menu now? If Kobo was in charge, the facility would be empty all but the horde room. Yeah. And of course a lot of dragons. Yeah. And a bunch of kobold friends too. Did you catch the foreshadowing with the moon rocks being used for the portal gel? The foreshadowing with the moon rocks being used for the portal gel? You mean the part before I milked the entire room? Really existed without supporting cores, as where GLaDOS couldn't exist without them, because she would kill all the humans way before it happened. That's why you could shoot the portal to the moon. So that's what happened. Dragon Horde room? Yeah. More dragon. So I guess I can only go back. More of the game. White surface, good surface. Oh. That's what you get, Whitley. You did what to a room? I milked the entire room. We could use the moonshot to calculate the velocity of the portal gun. Robot enrichment? Is this like a website? What? Achievement item. Open robot enrichment? What? Why am I looking? City, we don't know how deep you are. Me? I would say a couple 100 feet. Since the ability didn't take that long. This for co-op? Oh, this for co-op. Okay. I only have one thing. Meet the bots. I think I did co-op before. That's how I know about Portal 2. I didn't play Portal 1. I only played Portal 2 with my sister when I was still in university. But I don't think we ever finished it, just because of how bad I was and still am with puzzles. For some reason, Super 8 is being teased here. What's Super 8? What is Super 8? Oh, I'm moving. Holy shit, I'm playing extras? Why am I so slippery? It's a movie about some kids making a movie and like it all goes wonky. Send you a thing in Discord? Okay, I'll look at it afterwards. It's a mediocre movie, but I'll still say to watch it if you're curious. It's not bad, but not good either. It's painfully in the middle. What the hell? Nothing to write poems about, nothing to lash out on. It exists. It made some good bank. How Valve is tied into it, I don't fucking know. Whoa, what? Is this a teaser or is this a game? Holy shit. Meat. Oh my god, meat. 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 So I'm playing as a kid. Holy shit. I thought the teaser is probably just gonna be like a short video of something, but not playable. Guessing it's a friend of Dev's. From what I'm reading, it's just promo material for the movie, nothing else. Valve needs to make TF3 or make so much money. Well, Valve cannot make 3 for some reason. Oh. Oh, hi Lex. Hello. Oh, and then it... What do you mean? I can't even get to Super 8? Yeah, they cannot count that high. It's true, Valve missed the class in kindergarten. Very sad. Yeah, we all know Valve cannot count to 3. Hope Lex is doing good. No Half-Life 3, no TF3. There is rumors Valve might be able to count to 3. Rumors? Really? Shit. Is it gonna be Half-Life 3, Left 4 Dead 3? What 3? I mean, I love Left 4 Dead. At the time this was released, 2010, the site was up. It would just be a more promo. Ah, I see. Portal Stories Mel. It's a community-made free modification for Portal 2 based on the Portal universe. Tells the story of Mel, who meets a new personality core and faces an undiscovered threat to the Aperture facility. 1952, in the early years of Aperture Science Innovators. It's a mod? You should do Call with Narcs. Mine Left 4 Dead 2 is modded, so it's unsafe. It's same. My Left 4 Dead 2 has like, yeah. The third Portal game isn't even called Portal 3. Lex is doing okay. Had many drinks last night. Oh. Don't care about Star Wars ads? Oh, ads. There was a few things spotted on voice actor pages, and Valve are hiring a lot recently. So unconfirmed, but suspicious. I would say it's like Black Mesa situation, but instead of a remake, it's an expansion. But the team put a lot of effort into the mod. So it is a free thing, right? It says? Ooh. What do you mean verifying login information? Okay. Portal mail? Portal stories. Oh, it's a mod. Free Portal 2 mod. Why is it not in the workshop? Question mark? It's good and free. This one? How the fuck do you have 345 hours on The Elder Scrolls 5? Oh, it's too fucking big to be in the workshop. It's a whole ass game size add-on. It's a full-on game. So it's not short. I'm putting an E. Or F. Whatever. Oh, The Elder Scrolls 5. I mean, I already said why. Where is it? Here. Holy shit, I do have 3 hours. 300 hours. Mods. Lots of mods. And the mods are not stream friendly, so I cannot stream it anymore, right? Shorter than the main game. This Star Wars game doesn't even say what platform it's for. Mods nice? Yeah. Would guess. Yeah. Yeah. It's 4 GB. How do you have 9 achievements in 350 hours? Is it many or is it less? I don't want to know your playtime in Skyrim fucking dragons all day. Modded 2 ain't Skyrim no more. Is 9 achievements a lot? In fact, I don't like Skyrim. Hey, that's fair. Make a smith item. Standing Stone Blessing. Reach level 10. Absorb a dragon soul. Bleak Falls Barrow. Reach level 5. Chop wood, mine ore, and cook food. Food. Unbound. Just at lunchies. Nom nom, me back. Welcome back, man. Mods Tunnel achievements. Oh yeah, true. The funniest thing to look at achievements was Subnautica. Never played the game. That is actually an interesting idea. Game mods Skyrim to the point it becomes a different game? Would it be like Doom? Doom can become an entirely different game, like Doom 2. The modding scene is crazy. Not all players have gone in the water. Subnautica? Yes. Make an achievement for going in the water, not all players have it. What? They did release some new content for Doom and Doom 2? since the game's anniversary. Oh! A big anniversary. Wow. Do I want to play more Portals? My brain hurts. Doom and Doom 2. Payday 2 had a fun achievement. Payday 2? I play Heyday, but not Payday. A low-key buy the Doom OST? I mean, Doom OST is great. You can make a gunfire for a bit if you want. You get it for playing with another person who has it. Payday 2? It's called Epidemic or something similar. So essentially you play with other people and then you get the achievement. Gunfire. Or you want Cobalt Simulator. Don't know why I bought this game, but yeah. I mean, obviously why I bought this game is because it's Cobalt. Like, come on, there's a Cobalt in here. I bought it, yes! I bought it. I have to buy it. It's a Cobalt game. Because I only play solo. It's a fun concept. I want to put an achievement in the game where you have to sneeze on someone. Oh god, why? I don't want to get snares. There were projects that aim to turn Skyrim to Oblivion and Morrowind respectively. It's called Virus. You mean the achievement is called Virus? Wow. Wow. You know, I was thinking that I could stop here, right? And then I was thinking about what to do tomorrow. Like I could play Portal Stories, right? But I was thinking maybe before I play Portal Story, I could play some Clone Hero because I do kind of want to play. I want to listen to some. Dragon Falls. We do a run of Brotato or Dungeon of Aether. Did you know that I have mods on Brotato? Like I have mods on Brotato that just makes the game broken. Like I could actually just like not die in the game. Rain World. Yeah, Brotato has some mods. Yeah, they are very stream friendly. No sus mods for Brotato. I don't even know how we'll make it sus. Brotato is mods. How much is Rain World currently? I think I already wishlisted it. Rain World 61. Ayo, 61. Mahal sangat. Macam ni saya tak boleh beli. Mahal juga. How to make it sus Route 34? I mean, it's not my thing. It's just a potato. How would I want to make it sus? It doesn't even appeal to me. Furries will find a way to make anything loot. I mean, yeah, just not for me. I will find the things that makes me happy, but not a potato. How many 61 ringgit? Good question. MYR 61 no 51 61 MYR 2 USD. About 14. Oh, hi Tikaka. Welcome. Doesn't appeal to you? Appeal? Wait, there's a will, there's a way? You listen to my potato fetish? No. I just saying it's not my thing. I'm not saying I hate it. I'm saying it's not my thing. If you have it, like I said, it's a safe space. If you like, you know, things with potato, then Yeah, so long as it's not hurting anyone, then Berkeley. Sounds like a chance to me to learn how to mod Potato. And yeah, there's no need to king shame. People love different things. So long as they're not hurting anyone. Also, how much is Trepang 2? 63. Ayo, mahal sangat juga. Ayo, macam mana? And it's already on discount. But I saw Mert played it and it's so good. You can double shotgun. I was like, how big if you have a Shame King, then yeah, go for it. Just have fun in your own way. Don't hurt people. Then it's all good.
Yark!
Yep. I prefer potato on my plate, but to each their own. What kind of potato? There's a different kind of potato? I mean, I know there's like ubi, and then kentang su. I only know these three. Ubi, kentang, and then kentang su. Or maybe even kentang and kentang su is like similar. Mashed, boiled, baked, fresh. Oh yeah. Oh, that kind of potato. There's so many different kind of potato. My favorites are Rosamunda and Lapin Puicla. There are many potatoes. Pew pew pew. This game I saw Mert play and I really want to try it out. This game looks fun as hell. But too bad it's like 63 ringgit after a discount. Boil them, mash them, stick them with a stew. Trepang. Season pass? There's a season pass for this? What does a season pass? I bought it because of the discount. Yeah. It's on discount now, but I don't think I have 63 to spare. It's a little bit too much. So what I'm thinking what I'm gonna do tomorrow, I was thinking I want to play some Tekken 8, but not really. I was trying to mod Tekken 8, but I just don't know how to mod it because it's way too hard for me. Maybe it'll take a lot of time for me to like, yeah. to learn how to mod. Straight from the ground, boil them and eat them with a peel, a bit of a butter and some herring. Make our own too, a few kinds at least. Mini potato are so cute and a nice addition to stews. I sent you a DM but don't show on stream. Okay. Damn hobbits know what they're doing. Mini potatoes udit Peru nut the best. Butter and onion and naan. Potato, nice. Actually, I think I might stop here. Yeah, I think my brain is like maximum capacity is almost exploding. Yeah, let me go here. It's so quiet, I don't like it. Are you guys ready to listen to more radio music? Because I sure do. Hey, thank you. Oh, there's the unfiltered one. Yes, of course. Unfiltered one. I need to finish Dindin. Oh, I'm gonna go get Dindin because I'm so hungry. Oh, like I'm actually using so much brain power, I'm getting dizzy. I did mention I'm not good with puzzles, right? But I'll still try my best. What is this music from? It's from Portal. Portal radio song original unfiltered audio. No radio filter. Eh? Not Mario Kart. Potter. You see Potter? foto. I'ma head out too, gonna need to take a nap before stream. Have a wonderful nap, Zeal. Back in adorable kobold. There's so many adorable kobolds here. I'm gonna drown. Oh, I'm actually taking a shower. And now we turn this into food judging stream to make Kobo more hungry. Oh, my forehead is getting booped. Are you saying that we need to do food crime? I cannot do food crime, I'm so hungry. I need food. Oh, hi Swift.
Yarn.
Thanks for the pen and book. Go eat. I will. I need food. Kobo needs to eat. Speaking of food, do you have a food dispo channel? I only have a food sharing channel. That's pretty much it. Yeah, only that one. Milk. Quick, while the bucket's on the head, steal the horn like a scary NPC. Came back in time before you finish. I'm gonna go get food. Oh, you posted it, never mind. I was spoiled too. Honest? My honest opinion on the game? Everything is good other than the puzzles. Why? Because I'm not good with puzzles. I cannot do puzzles. I'm staying it for the sake of the story. That's pretty much it. And the story is so good. That's fair, no worries. Yeah, I just really cannot do puzzles. My puzzle solving skills is like 0. Here, I'm gonna summon Bernie first. Yeah. Kobo did it though? Yeah, with a lot of help from chat as well. But I'll take it. It's good enough. Very nice job. I'll take it. Yippoo.
Yip yippoo.
Yippoo yippoo. Congrats on pushing through. Thank you. Thanks for the stream. Of course, thanks for being here. Adorable Kobo is good Kobo. A dragon is adorable. Alright, I'm gonna summon Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I'm just enjoying this music. So what I'm thinking tomorrow is I kind of want to play a little bit more Clone Hero. You know, I want to listen to a little bit of. Fern. I returned too late. No, Chip. No, Chip, it's never too late. Oh, no, welcome back though, Chip. Also, thank you for the coffee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Delicious money. It's kind of shiny. Thank you, thank you. A big appreciate. Thank you. Also, I hope everything is well for you, Chip. Also, oh yeah, I mean, I have a Discord channel. All the shinies. The Discord channel, I will spam dragon pictures when I can. But most importantly, I will do some stream announcement stuff. Like yesterday, I couldn't stream because of mild food poisoning. And today I'm still feeling a little bit dizzy, but it's not bad at all. Right? It's not to a point where I just cannot, I don't want to do anything. No, it's pretty okay. So that's why I'm here. Discord link didn't work? Really? things aren't looking too good on my end, to be honest, but I'll be fine. Oh, well, I hope everything works out for you, Chip. All the best. All the best for you. Thank you for the stream, Tiara. Of course, thanks for being here. Discord link didn't work. Discord hates me. Did it not work? It kind of works on my end. Yep, it works on my end. Also, I'm doing things manually on my Discord, so yeah. I'm doing it manually. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know why, but hey, someone said it works. Isn't it a kobold? Oh my god, that's a kobold. Hey, I think I forgot to find the raid target. Yeah, I just want to play a little bit of Clone Hero tomorrow, and then we'll see what to play. Maybe even continue with Portal Mel, Portal Friend, Portal Story. I rated Niche before, right? I think. And Ziv... Oh, Chester! I don't think I rated Chester in a long time. Chester cute. Tavern Manager Simulator. That's what he's playing. I kinda want to raid into Chester. Why not, right? I like Chester. Discord just hates you? What's going on? If you're saying that if you read the rules and then you pressed it and you still didn't get the role, it's because I do everything manually. If I links don't work for you? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, and the roles thing is manual for me. I do things all manually. Does potato salad count in this discussion? Oh my god. Not like that. Not like that. Chashu. I have eat, then eat, get good EP. Think by eat. The eep. I've happened for more than one server. Then I mean I'm not good with technical stuff. Then snake. Anyway, I think we're gonna raid the Gentle Jester. Just because I haven't raided to your... I haven't raided to Jester in a long time. Why not? Oh yeah! I almost forgot! So, one little thing. I know it's a bit of a shameless promotion. But... my sister actually opened up a business. She's selling keycaps, I believe. Here, let me get it out real quick. This one. Shameless plug. I'm gonna plug. Hell yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Let me get the link real quick. I messed up. Why is there a single Y? There, I think it's this one. shit, don't click the link first. I didn't even check. Oh yeah, it's this one, okay. Okay, yeah, that's the link. I mean, the keycaps are not... Okay, let's just say the keycaps are not very... They are kind of pricey, to me personally. But yeah, she started doing this business. Just plugging for a little bit. Since it's her business, it's my sister's business. So yeah, I believe she does international shipping as well, I think. Okay, maybe not international, but to most places. They look so cute. They actually don't look, they don't look bad. I like it. But because I'm using like a very... like my keyboard is like the shittiest keyboard currently. The keyboard that I'm using during primary school, I'm still using it now. So it's at least a decade. But it's still good. I can still use it. And I used it to play Clone Hero too. It's nice. So adorable. I might actually get something from there. Oh, I'm sure my sister would appreciate it a lot. I'll share it to the keyboard groups. Oh, wow, thank you. It says it can ship it to Australia, and we're in the middle of nowhere. Wait, are you in the middle of nowhere? It says it's shipped to Malaysia. I mean, it should ship to Malaysia. I'll bonk my sister's head. Oh, there it is, Australia. Why is Czech? Oh right, my sister is from Czech. Well, she's not from Czech. She's from Malaysia, but she's now living in. That's Czech, right? CZECH. Yeah, she's living in Czech with her boyfriend. So yeah, she's over there. Yeah, okay. I am unironically enjoying this music. It's playing in the background, just listening to it. I'm not even bothered by it. Czech Republic. She's living there. So yeah. Also, she made this business to like honor our dad a little bit. It's like, yeah, sure. So the name itself has a little bit of our dad's name on it. So it's like, nice, good. We take it, right? We take it. Hell yeah. But then again, these are all her own like ideas. She just like she told us about this. Is like, yeah, sure, go for it. Hell yeah. And then I'll be like, here, I'll help a little bit if I can, you know. Truth be told, I'm probably not gonna buy these my own for myself, because they're a little bit expensive for me. You know, they're in USD, and I need money to buy other things. Well, not necessarily buy other things. It's more for the house loan these days, anyway. But yeah, maybe in the far future when I'm able to have a more stable income, then yeah, just ask for a review model. If she provides it, then probably, yeah, I'll do it. I'll ask her about it. See if I can promote it a little bit more, you know. Review model is like... it's like a not real product? Or it's like a real product for me to test it? Question mark? I don't know. All the best on the Kaka. Thank you. Also planning to get a new job to try to help out as well. Yeah, especially like, I mean, these days to get a job is not very easy, but hey, all the best for you. It's bare bones, so it'll be a plain one. Oh, I mean, yeah. One is cheaper to produce. To know how the product feels, right? I think that's a fair one. I could ask her about it. But to ship from Czech to Malaysia. It's probably gonna take a while. Part-time for now since I'm still in uni. Oh shit. Oh, you can do part-time while in uni? That's a really big power move right there. But yeah, now I'm done with all the shameless plug. Thanks for checking them out. And thanks for listening to me. Then you can know how it feels. I'll definitely ask her about it. Let me type in the... Yeah, wait. We're gonna ask Jester for updates, alright? I can try. It's hard as fuck to fit schedule. That's the thing. It's super tough. Like uni is like super... yeah, it's just packed full of assignments and shit. So to fit in a part-time job is like a power move, definitely. Dave, that's a right message. We're gonna ask for uppies from a lizard friend. Uppies. I want uppies. Uni be like that? Yeah, I know, right? Shit. I'm not gonna say that I hate uni, but I don't like it either. But hey, at least me learned something. Me learn something from university. It's good enough. There's one KitKat set which I sent to. Oh, what? You already sent? Oh, 慧姐有啊。那等下我去看一下咯。Timeless Summer? Okay. Maybe I can take it and get a review all of it? That's like a review model, right? Timeless Summer. Okay. 等一下我去问慧姐。应该还在啦，他也不会丢去哪里，我觉得。That was a cancel order, so I had to take it on my own. Oh, ayo. Cancel order so early? Jeez. Must be tough to deal with. Like there's a $47 and a $9. I'm sure they're both good. I trust my sister's product. Definitely no bias. Okay, there might be a little bit of bias, but hey. Hey. Of course there's gonna be bias. But we'll see that. Later I'm gonna go test it and see how it feels, so that I can have a little bit of a hands-on experience with the product. Then I can plug a little bit more. For Galapa keyboard. Oh, Galapa has the Crayon Shinchan's one, right? Mechanical keyboard this year. I think I saw that one. Anyway, we can bring this discussion to Discord, but for now, I need food, and let's raid to Gentle Chester. Of course 啦，哎呀，婷姐真的是能够帮就帮一点嘛，哎呀。I type in the raid. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all. Alright? Here comes the raid to Jester. Oh, have I ever mentioned how nice Jester sounds? Yeah, you can hear for yourself. Jester has some nice voice. Steve's very nice, man. Okay, no. Thank you for the stream. Of course. I just appreciate you guys staying with me. I still remember. Ooh, I love sharing stories, but hey, I'm gonna wait for the time to go down, as I always do. God, I still remember the first time I streamed. It's kind of funny because I don't originally speak English, so the first time I was there, I can speak okay English, and then when there's chat going on, like I remember the first channel pops out, and it's like, oh god, I don't know how to speak English all of a sudden. It's like everything is so like stuttered and stuff. I don't know how to speak proper English anymore. But then eventually, about like a few months after, I just feel a little bit more comfortable doing it. Eventually, I'm at this point where I can just like actually communicate with English a little bit more. So yeah, it could be worse. I was in the stream once, we spent an hour deciding who to raid. I'm very biased. I like kobolds, I like dragons, so yeah, it's not too hard for me to choose a raid target. English is quite good. I'll take it, thank you. So, take care everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Mum.